future Dune. Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It was so good to see all of you here right now. Glad you could make it, and we're gonna have a fun stream today. Kind of a lighthearted topic. I hope you're ready for it. Today happens to be the anniversary of the 1949 premiere of Gertie the Dinosaur on vaudeville, I guess, in Chicago, 1914. It's been a long time. Anyway, we'll be talking all about Gertie the Dinosaur, and we'll be talking about dinosaurs in animation. Who knows what kind of cool tangents will erupt during a live broadcast such as this one, so I hope you're ready for that. Welcome, everybody. It's great to have you here. If it's anybody's very first time here on Paleontologizing, whether you're watching live or whether you're watching in the future in a Twitch VOD or on YouTube, welcome to the channel. It's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, but I do. I dig up dinosaurs for various museums across the western United States. I study dinosaurs, I illustrate them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about dinosaurs with all of you lovely folks 5 days a week. 5 days a week here on Twitch. So, if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, questions or concerns about dinosaurs, or suggestions about dinosaurs, or this is more of a comment than a question about dinosaurs, all that stuff is fair game, you know? Welcome. It's great to have you here, and holy cow, Murph, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Holy cow, I'm just realizing that I failed to update the goals thing too, so let me do that real quick.
With those 5 gift subs.
Appreciate that very much, Murph. Thank you for your support. That's the whole reason I'm able to do this 5 days a week, is because of wonderful supporters such as Murph. So I will reduce our sub goal by 5. Wednesday, science, outreach, sub goal. There we go. Beautiful. It was going to be 40, now it's 35. Thanks to you, Murph. So thank you for that. Really appreciate your support. It means a lot to me. All right. And Hogan883, it's your first time here? Well, welcome, Hogan. Great to have you here. Wonderful. I'm glad you could make it. How did you find the channel, if you don't mind my asking? I'd love to know. It's wonderful to have you here. Yeah. Let me scroll up to the top. I'll try and say hello to everybody. And yes, Hogan, we do have a very friendly chat. You'll find this is honestly one of the coolest and most welcoming and most earnest and genuine and positive communities on Twitch. I'm glad you could make it, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Let's see who's here in chat. We'll scroll up to the top. I've already lost the top of chat, but man, I'll say it, trying to say hello to everybody. Mudman, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Travel the world. How are you doing? Great to see you as always. Victorious, what's shaking? Howdy, howdy. And Gandalf the Virus. Wasn't Gertie born in a... I don't know what you mean, Gandalf, but welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, Wabamoose. Howdy, howdy. Good to see you. Blinkster. What's shaking? Golganek. I hope all is well with you, Golganek. Lovely to see you, as it always is. Layer T. Did I say hello to you, Layer T? Welcome, welcome. Arlay. How are you doing? Arlay0501. Tradoon to you too. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Neilf56. What's shaking with you? I'm glad you could make it. Solemnus the Symphony is here too. How you doing, Solemnus? Welcome, welcome. Gargoware. How are you doing, Gargo? How are things? Yeah. Lenina has once again graced us with her presence. How you doing, Lenina? I hope you're having a good day so far. Thank you for everything you do as a moderator. Appreciate you, Lenina. Yeah. And this song is too downbeat. Let's go ahead and... There we go. That's gonna be better. Yeah. And Smorphosaurus, a Carnotaurus with lizard lips. That's an interesting idea, Smorph. I like that. Yeah. Brikachu, says Tradoon. Ellipsis, question mark? I don't know what that could mean, Brikachu. It's good to have you here. That's a meme that took on a life of its own. Holy cow. Dismodus, what's shaking with you? Great to have you here, Dismodus. Timber86S. How you doing, Timber? Welcome, welcome. Timber's gonna be in California in June. Very nice, Timber. Very cool. Yeah. Shoot, I'm not gonna be in California in June. I'm gonna be in Utah, I'm in Wyoming, and then maybe Montana, and then Utah again, and then more Utah. It's gonna be a long field season, but it's gonna be a good one, I think. Oh, I'm excited to get out into the field. Yeah! Yeah. Let's see. A truck horn. What's shaking? Yeah, the Footprints book. I have begun that. I actually started reading it the other night. I got 11 pages in, and I was so relaxed and or tired that I went to sleep. Been going to bed early lately, but it's been kind of nice. Get up around 5, get a jump start on the day. It's been really nice. Yeah. Who else have we got? Birds are dead on. How you doing, birds? Welcome, welcome. And Flabwaji, how are you doing with that cephalopod there? Great to have you, Flabwaji. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And there's Hogan's first message. Welcome again, Hogan. Great to have you here. Invisible Dimensions, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Invisible Dimensions. I did have a chance to go to the P.O. Box today, which was really nice. So, I did get a thing. Let's see who that's from in a bit. Melanie Mayhem is here. How are you doing, Melanie? Welcome, welcome. Hello to you, too. I hope all is well. Yeah, Lunaseer. Good afternoon to you, too, Lunaseer. Welcome, welcome. Aft-tradoon. Yes. Not a tradoon on the bow. Not to starboard or port. A tradoon to the aft. Appreciate you, Lunaseer. It's good to see you. Yeah. And Cyant Streams is here. Belint, what's shaking with you? Man, that partner badge looks good next to your name, Belint. Oh, that makes me happy. Welcome, welcome, Cyant Streams. I hope all has been well. And, Lilith Hobo. Very nice, Lilith Hobo. Thank you for the raid. Lilith Hobo and Raiders, how are you all doing? How was your stream, Lilith? I hope it was really, really good. Thank you for bringing everybody here to Paleontologizing. Lilith, tell me how your stream went. I want to hear all about it. And can we get a shout out for Lilith Hobo? There we go. Thank you there, Lenina. Beautiful. Lilith Hobo doing something called Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. Ooh. So Neverwinter, sometimes spring, summer, and autumn. I presume? I don't know. Not a video game guy. But I hope it was a ton of fun, Lilith. And, I'm glad you're here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah, and it was short. Sometimes short streams are really nice, Lilith Obo. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. Where did I think I was gonna grab something. Maybe it was the package. Maybe I'll go ahead and open that up in just a minute, because I think I've got a sneaking suspicion as to who this package might be from. So we'll take a look at that. Let's do that now, because I believe I am presuming here, and I mean, as the old saying goes, you shouldn't presume, because when you presume, you make a prez out of you and me. I don't want to do that, but I suspect this might be from Travel the World, so let me grab that box. We'll open it up. Yeah. Go. Beautiful. How do they work? How do they work, Blankster? I'm not a physicist, but yeah, they've got opposite polarities and they attract one another. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Travel. I'm not doxing myself. That's the P.O. Box address right there. Yeah, very nice. And it is from Try Mag Store, so that's either magnets or could be magazines like periodicals, or it could be like gun magazines. I doubt it's the latter. But let's see if we can open this. There we go. What is in here? Oh, here we go. Oh, and so as not to dox our generous benefactor here, let's get out the old Sharpie pen. Live broadcast, everybody. You know how it goes. Here we go. Thank you. Travel the world. Holy moly. Yeah. Oh. I need to tighten the bolts on this thing. It keeps retracting. Hello, Danny. Thanks for the most blurry streams. What is this? Can we get this thing to focus, please? Oh, goodness. That'll work. Hello, Denny. Thanks for the most interesting streams. You flatter me, Travel. My goodness. Shout out to you, the mods, chat, raiders, and all the gifters, and everyone else who keeps this stream going. Thank you so much, Travel. I appreciate you more than you know. Seriously, that is, that's pretty extraordinary, and I appreciate you, Travel. I really, really do. And yes, absolutely, shout out to all of the moderators, and the chatterators, the raiderators, and the gifterators. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you. Let's see what's in this box. And let me put a cap on this Sharpie before it dries out. How did I spit that out like a grenade pin? Let me find that. There it is. All right.
Let's protect our fossils.
There we are.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And holy cow, Hogan, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for subscribing. That is incredible. Really appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you. Welcome to the community. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Hogan, I know you're, I presume, I don't know, again, I'm presuming. I presume that you are maybe new here, and you've subscribed on your first time that you're viewing. That's incredible. Thank you. You probably don't know this yet, but I do this full time. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. I make my living talking about fossils here on Twitch, trying to do public outreach, trying to kind of demystify fossil science for anybody who comes by to watch. And it's only because of the support of generous people like you, Hogan, that that's possible. So thank you very much for that support. Appreciate you very much, Hogan. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Yeah. Now let's, I still can't remember how I found you, says Hogan. But I imagine I was just nerding around the internet and stumbled across you. Well, I'm so glad you're here, Hogan. Holy cow. Appreciate you. And hello to you, the Acrocanthosaurus. It sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good to have you here. Oop, wrong button. There we go. Let's see what's in here. I think it is some magnets. Oh, we've got some lovely, packaging there. Let's see if I can reuse that in some capacity. But there we go. Why did they pick this font? Nobody, oh man, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, don't type it out loud, but man. Oh boy. Yeah, there's maybe another box that I could show you with a similar font, but I won't. Excellent. So these are neodymium magnets, which are magnets that I use for all kinds of different applications. And I just ran out of the last of these because I used some of them in some 3D prints. Travel, thank you so much for helping to replenish my supply here. This is excellent. I'll be able to do some very cool stuff. In fact, I might even use these on my Stegosaurus skull 3D print. The Dilophosaurus skull that you see behind me right here, the lower jaw is being held onto the upper jaw with magnets. With these magnets. That's how I expended the very last of them that I had. So now I've got more, and now I can continue to affix lower jaws to skulls if the need arises. So thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Travel the World. I really appreciate your support. Seriously, thank you very much. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Appreciate you, Travel. You know I do. Yeah. Good stuff. And magnets, how do they work, Leg Kick? You know, I know you're making a reference to that, inane clown posse song, but I am actually kind of curious. I'm a paleontologist. I don't study physics. I study fossils. But I do feel like, as a scientist, I should be able to explain to people how magnets work. I want to say it's because of, I don't know. You've got, like, charged magnetic fields with opposite poles, and then they attract one another like that. But I bet you we can find a quick video, before we get into our Gertie the Dinosaur stuff. I bet you we can find a quick video on how magnets work. Let's see here. Because here on Paleontologizing, I feel like, part of our MO here, our modus operandi, is to take sarcastic or joke or meme questions, treat them like they're earnest questions, and actually try and learn something together, you know? So yeah, so magnets, how do they work? We've got a video here from Minute Physics. Let's see if we can take a look at that. And, yeah, you know what? I've got a good feeling about this one. Let's see if it's halfway decent.
If you take a piece of wood and put it next to another piece of wood, nothing happens. And if you take a piece of granite and put it next to another rock, still nothing.
I mean, still nothing that you can detect, but there is, I mean, these things do have a very, very extremely small gravitational force. All matter has some sort of gravitational force. The larger the object, the more gravity it has to it. But this is so small, these are such small objects that it would be infinitesimal. You wouldn't be able to detect it.
But if you take this piece of iron and put it next to this other piece of iron, magic.
Ooh.
I mean, magnet. Magnetic objects are able to magically attract at long distances because they generate magnetic fields that extend invisibly out beyond the object. But the mystery is this: where do magnetic fields come from?
Well, that's easy, Henry. We've known for a long time that electricity and magnetism are really just two sides of the same coin.
Really?
Like mass and energy or time and space. They can be transformed into one another. And
That's
in fact,
cool.
A magnetic field is just what an electric field becomes when an electrically charged object starts moving.
That makes sense for explaining why a current of electrons flowing through a
the
wire
sound is
causes
coming
this compass needle to move, or how currents in the Earth's outer
that
core
off.
generate the geomagnetic field. But a bar magnet or the compass needle itself are just pieces of metal without any electrical current running through them.
Or are they? At the microscopic level, there are loads of electrons whizzing around the atoms and molecules that make up any solid.
Right.
So what was it that I said earlier? That their electrons are charged in a certain direction or something like that? Again, I'm not a physicist. I'm hoping at the end of this I'll be able to give a coherent explanation. If anybody makes a joke and says, "Oh, magnets, how do they work?" You know?
Right. This
Yeah.
is an excellent point. The magnetic behavior of any everyday object is influenced by a fascinating combination of effects ranging from the level of particles to atoms, collections of atoms, and collections of atoms. First, individual particles.
And hang on a minute. Hogan says, I have a nice chunk of vesicular basalt, and I like showing people how my magnet attracts. That's really neat, Hogan. It must be very iron-rich. Yeah. That was actually a cool thing when I was, back when I was teaching full-time in San Francisco. Most of my time was spent out in the San Francisco Presidio. Let me see if I can show you some images. So on the north side of San Francisco, there is a... Oh, here's some of my students putting together the Camarasaurus skull 3D print. The same one that I have behind me right here. Yeah. And then coloring in the Camarasaurus, like, coloring book page that I put together for them. Yeah, and there's another piece of the 3D print right there. But yeah, most of our time was spent outdoors. I think this was when it was way too rainy to be outside. But the vast majority of our time was spent outdoors. In the San Francisco Presidio. This is an area with lots and lots of sand, and I'll see if I can show you some photos. Given that it is on the north side of San Francisco. Well, there you go. This is part of the Presidio right here. There's the Golden Gate Bridge in the background, lots of sand there. A lot of the sand is very iron-rich. And I've got a pair of Bluetooth headphones that I bring with me, like, everywhere. Because whenever I'm not streaming or reading a book or on the computer, I'm usually out somewhere walking or running or bike riding. And I've got my Bluetooth headphones here. And they've got these. It goes around like this. And then that goes in my ear. But this part is held together with magnets. I would keep those in my pocket when I was teaching. When we're outdoors with the kids, you know, it would be there in my pocket, and sometimes I'd sit down on the sand, and then there'd be all these little black bits of sand that would stick to the outside of my pants. Because the magnet from the earbuds would be attracting the little iron particles in the sand. And then we'd get these long strings or spikes of like magnetic iron filaments that are there in the sand. And so yeah, I got to talk to the kids about magnets and about how like one of the core components of the Earth, one of the key elements of our planet is iron. Like the core of the Earth is what? We've got a nickel iron core, I believe. One of the most common elements on the Earth by volume, or in the Earth, is iron. So yeah, you know, iron is ironclad. There you go, Lilith. But yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I never quite looked it up to actually figure out how magnets work, but I ended up bringing some other magnets and showing the kids so that they could just kind of like, you know, scoot them through the sand like that and collect all of these iron particles on them, and it was a ton of fun. It was really cool.
Unlike the
Yeah.
everyday workings of gravity and electricity, permanent magnets can only be fully understood as a quantum mechanical effect, in much the same way that particles like electrons and quarks have fundamental properties called mass and electrical charge. Most
Okay.
particles also have another intrinsic property called tiny magnet. Just kidding, it's called intrinsic magnetic moment. But really,
Okay.
that's just technical mumbo-jumbo saying that particles with electric charge also happen to be tiny magnets.
If you
Okay.
want to know why they're tiny magnets, well, you may as well ask, why are particles charged in the first place? Or why do objects with mass and energy attract each other gravitationally? No one knows. We just know that's the way the universe works.
Exactly, and since the 1920s, we've known that each individual electron or proton is basically a tiny magnet, which brings us to the level of atoms. An atom is a bunch of positively charged protons.
I kind of, I almost have a philosophical objection to one of the points that was just made there, though. Let's go back to that.
No one knows.
Here.
Or why do objects with mass and energy attract each other gravitationally? No one knows.
I mean, to say no one knows, it's like sometimes why questions are not actually informative. You know? Like sometimes they don't actually make sense. You can ask all kinds of questions that don't really have any merit necessarily. Like you could say, why is the color blue? Like, wait, I'm sorry, what? Some things just are, you know? I know as human beings we like to ascribe purpose or some kind of, I don't know, we like to try and make sense of things so that we can kind of tell stories about them for our own understanding, but sometimes stuff just is, you know? It's not like the universe was put together to be comprehensible to us, you know? It just is. So yeah, I don't know. The subtle difference between why and how. There you go, Layer T. Yeah. Why is paleontologizing life? He just is. Please do. What? And Hogan says, fun fact about steel. At a certain temperature, steel stops being magnetic. Really? Metalworkers use magnets to help determine if their work piece is of the right temperature. Interesting, Hogan. I did not know that. Very cool. Hogan, I'm kind of curious what your background is. You seem to know a good deal of trivia about these things. If you wouldn't mind sharing, like, what's your background there? That's super cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue here. No one knows.
Just know that's the way the universe works.
Exactly, and since the 1920s,
Sure.
we've known that each individual electron or proton is basically a tiny magnet, which brings us to the level
Okay.
of atoms.
Do you
Which,
think
yeah.
dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Poor John Oliver. C. Summers 2000. How are you doing, C. Summers? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Temperature's about 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy cow, Hogan. Wow. Wow. And it's called the Curie point, says Granastuda. Magnets stop being magnetic when they are heated above the Curie point. Interesting. So if I were to heat up these magnets that travel the world just sent, I gotta be very careful not to put these too close to the mouse or keyboard, but if I were to heat these up to some ridiculous temperature, try this side. It's paleontologist-proof packaging. There we go. If I were to heat these up, neodymium. I wonder what the Curie point for these would be, and I wonder if that is after Marie Curie and what was her husband's name? I don't remember. I wonder if Curie comes from them. from Marie and whatever her husband's name, Curie. Pierre, thank you. M. Oculus, appreciate you. I wonder if that comes from them. I mean, they did discover radioactivity. Radioactivity also deals with heat. Due to the decay of certain elements. So yeah, interesting stuff. And Hogan says, I've been a certified welder. That makes sense, Hogan. Very cool. I've been a certified welder for about 20 years now, and I've been a science nerd for pretty much all of my 44 years on this planet. That's awesome, Hogan. It's great to have you here. Yeah. And I will try my very best not to heat up these magnets, Hogan. Yes, thank you. And it does come from them. Thank you, Granastuda. Yeah. But Henri Becquerel technically discovered radioactivity. Is that right, Immaculate? Okay. Well, the Curies were famous for it, and they ended up dying from radiation poisoning, right? Yeah, I hope Monsieur Becquerel did not suffer the same fate. Man, imagine as a dinosaur paleontologist being like, oh yeah, you know, I discovered a new species of Tyrannosaur, and ultimately that's what killed me. You know? Being a physicist was dangerous back then. Holy cow. Yeah. And Marie Curie was the first person ever to get 2 Nobel Prizes? Very cool, Hogan. Very cool. Yeah. And Travel says, you always make a subject so educational and interesting, even magnets. I love the way chat jumps in with more information. I know, right, Travel? Because I am largely ignorant about this subject. You know, folks, I'm a paleontologist. I don't know a lot about physics. I really don't. So it's cool to be able to kind of exchange information like this and just kind of sharing each other's enthusiasm. And again, Travel, thank you for sending me the magnets in the first place and prompting this whole discussion from the jump. So thank you, Travel. Yeah. Yeah. And Pierre was killed by a horse-drawn carriage while attempting to cross the street. I did not know that, M. Oculus. I thought... I guess it was just Marie Curie who died from radium poisoning. Shoot. Yeah. And Layer T has a quote for us. Statements made by his father and lab assistant imply that Curie's characteristic absent-minded preoccupation with his thoughts contributed to his death. Too busy thinking of science. Layer T... Oh boy, I have to be careful about that myself. Oh man, especially with the way that people drive here in the East Bay. Oh boy. Sometimes they'll come up on the sidewalks and try and get you. Yeah, I don't know. I have a... Not an irrational fear, I have a highly rational fear of being hit by cars. Given that I have been hit by several cars in the past. And always live to tell the tale. So I don't know. I'm very cognizant of cars. And, anyway. I would think I would also be if there were a horse-drawn carriage. You know, just tearing down the street. I would also be cognizant of that, but yeah. Anyway. So anyway, Harold Beaver, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. The cars have many hits. Yeah, oh yeah, Harold Beaver, don't get me started on. Yeah, pedestrian safety. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, I almost got hit by a cop car the other week who, like, ran a stop sign around a blind curve. Oakland police, man. Don't get me started on them. Anyway, yeah. There you go, Layer T. Around here, it seems to be the case sometimes. But yeah. And a Truckhorn says, Marie and her daughter Irene both died of causes attributable to their respective studies. What did Irene Curie study? Or Irene, whatever her surname would have been at the time. Truckhorn. Yeah. Shoot. You know, that I recognize that that is not a good way to go. To, like, die by whatever it is that you're studying. But man, as a scientist, like, major respect for anybody who is so dedicated to their work that it ultimately ends them, you know? Like a Shakespearean tragedy, you know? Yeah. And look who it is, holy cow! Nell, thank you for the 2 gift subs there. I appreciate that tremendously. I really do, Nell. Thank you, thank you. And that was Gertie the Dinosaur right there, whom we'll be talking about in just a little bit. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Fall Machine says, interesting twist to the car theme. Parts delivery to salesman to landing pad for cars. Oh no, Fall Machine. Don't say that. Although, holy cow, that's a dangerous job being a delivery driver. Like, statistically, that's one of the most dangerous jobs in the United States. There are more delivery drivers who end up dying in the line of duty than I think firefighters or cops or soldiers even. Although I could be wrong about the soldiers. I think it depends on what imperial escapades the U.S. military is involved with at any given time. But yeah. And Mary Shelley, however, did not die of practicing her craft. I would hope not. Of space. She didn't die in a tragic writing accident. And bike courier. Oh yeah, Lilith Hobo. That is definitely dangerous, for sure. Yeah. And without a heater, there you go, Fall Machine. Yeah. Shoot. Anyway. And Lilith Hobo, holy cow. I'm so glad you survived that ordeal. Holy cow. Flew over the hood, cop steps out, and I get up, and we both laugh at each other. Oh, no. I'm so glad that you were in a position to laugh about that. Holy cow. Anyway, we're getting too far afield. Let's get back to atoms. Atoms. 6 of them. Take them away. Oh, no. Oh, no. Another rabbit hole.
Look at the contract ourselves, eh? Benefits, perks, a green cookie on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway. Atoms. Let's talk about atoms.
Individual electron or proton is basically a tiny magnet, which brings us to the level of atoms.
And Acrocanthosaurus, hey, welcome back. Not welcome back, welcome. Is it your first time here, Acrocanthosaurus? I'm always talking about Acrocanthosaurus and about how I think it's one of the most severely underappreciated dinosaurs by the general public, but you should know that here on Paleontologizing, this is an Acrocanthosaurus appreciation zone. So you were in the right place, my friend. Welcome, welcome. One of our moderators here actually has an Acrocanthosaurus tattoo. and I'm sure she'd be happy to share a photo with you if you inquire about that. So, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Oh, you just got an ad break? Oh, shoot, Acrocanthosaurus, you got an ad break? We'll see about maybe, dealing with that. But, thank you, Victorious. Thank you, Victorious. Really appreciate that. Holy cow.
They have given 41 gift subs in the channel.
That's a lot, Victorious. Thank you. And look, we're now at 4 out of 35, so thank you, Victorious. Yeah. Acrocanthosaurus, I was just saying that... I'm repeating myself further now, but was saying how Acrocanthosaurus, I think, is a severely underappreciated dinosaur by the general public. And, but not here. Not here. This is an Acrocanthosaurus appreciation zone here on Paleontologizing. And one of our moderators even has an Acrocanthosaurus tattoo. And if you ask very nicely, she might share a picture with you. So yeah. Yeah. I like your username, Acro. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Anyway. And you're a fan of Brachiosaurus. Very nice. Quoth the Raven. Nevermore. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Raven. Great to have you here. Brachiosaurus. Very cool dinosaur. Also very misunderstood by many people in the general public. Maybe we can talk about that in a little bit. So yeah. Yeah. And you do have a full Acrocanthosaurus skeleton at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences, I want to say. Beautiful, beautiful Acrocanthosaurus skeleton there. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah, look at this beauty. Holy moly. I can't spoil this, but I would like to talk a bit about Acrocanthosaurus in a long-form YouTube video that I want to make at some point. Man, what a cool dinosaur, and it's kind of a shame that more people in the general public don't know about it, but you in North Carolina are fortunate. You've got some, yeah. You've got a wonderful, mounted cast skeleton on display. Acrocanthosaurus, such a cool dinosaur. Really, really, really cool. So yeah, yeah. Anyway. And you're aloof toward Brachiosaurus, Lilithobo? Maybe I can change your mind there, Lilithobo, in a little bit. We'll see about that. But yeah. And hey, Dinosaur Dave, what's shaking? Good to have you here. Yeah. And I was suggested by Science, and I'm really enjoying the stream, so I figured this must be an awesome channel. Oh, Quoth the Raven, we're kind of almost a sister channel to Science streams, in a way. So Balint and Lita from Science streams are molecular and systems biologists. I am a dinosaur paleontologist, and both of our streams, we do science outreach right here on Twitch, and answer questions, and generally try to do our duty as scientists to demystify our science for the public, you know? So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, quoth the Raven. Yeah. Did you know that ravens, I'm not kidding about this, ravens are dinosaurs? Because all birds are dinosaurs. Again, not kidding. You probably know this already, but yeah. Anyway. And thank you, Lilith Hobo. I appreciate you. You make me blush. My goodness. Here, let's get back to talking about atoms. Atoms! 2, 3, 4. 6 of them! Take them away!
An atom is a bunch of positively charged protons with a bunch of negatively charged electrons whizzing around them. The proton tiny magnets are about 1,000 times weaker than the electron ones, so the nucleus of the atom has almost no effect on the magnetism of the atom as a whole.
Huh.
And you might think that since many, though not all, of the electrons are also moving, that like the current in a wire, they should generate magnetic fields due to that motion. And indeed they do. These are called orbital magnetic fields.
Except these don't usually contribute to the magnetic field of an atom. Here's why. Electrons in atoms are accurately and complicatedly described by quantum mechanics, but the gist of the story is that electrons congregate in shells around the nucleus. The electrons in any filled shell zoom equally in all directions, so the currents they generate cancel out and generate no magnetic field.
Oh, no magnetic field. Okay, so as I learned in high school, atoms are actually made out of plum pudding, and the electrons are basically stuck in there like little raisins, like you have. You know, kids still eat plum pudding today, right? Isn't that the most popular snack in the world for young people? Definitely not dating myself here. No. And Inko, Incognito, how are you doing? Welcome back. Good to see you here. So yeah, anyway, my understanding of atomic structure is very rudimentary, so I'm glad we're watching this right now. I didn't really learn about much of this stuff in school, nor did I really learn about much of this in introductory physics in college either. Anywho, I'm glad I don't have to deal with this stuff on a regular basis, but it's very, very cool that there are people out there who devote their lives to the study of subatomic particles like this. Because without their hard work, you would not be watching me right now on Twitch. Modern computing would be impossible without an understanding of subatomic physics like this. You know?
Field. These electrons also come in pairs whose time makes.
And I'm aware that was the joke, aggregate the source. Yes, the Thomson's model is very outdated. As well as the Rutherford model, right? Anyway. Yeah.
Point in opposite directions and also cancel.
Yeah.
However, in a half-filled shell,
and there you go, Stavros. Welcome, Stavros. How you doing, Stav? Welcome.
Point in the same direction and add up, meaning that it's the intrinsic magnetism of the electrons in the outer shell that gives an atom the majority of its magnetic field. So atoms near the side of any of the major blocks of the periodic table, which have full or nearly full outer electron shells, aren't magnetic, and atoms in the middle of the blocks have half-full outer electron shells and are magnetic.
Interesting.
For example, nickel, cobalt, iron, manganese, chromium, etc.
Wait, but chromium isn't magnetic.
Ah, but just because an atom is magnetic doesn't mean that a material made up of lots of that atom will be magnetic, which brings us to the level of crystals. When a bunch of magnetic atoms...
Hang on, do you think he actually had a fistful of chromium right there when he...
half-full outer electron shells and are magnetic. For example, nickel...
And that's chromium, right? Is this chromium here? Or is that chromium... Hang on, sorry. Is this chromium right here? Or is that chromium right there? Is the atomic number, the number of protons, 96 for chromium? Or is it 24? 24. Thank you, Jody Fish. Yeah, CR is chromium. Thank you, Stavros.
Cobalt, iron, manganese, chromium, etc.
Wait, but chromium isn't magnetic.
Do you suspect that he actually had a cube of chromium like that? What's the likelihood, you think? I don't know anything about chromium. Is it particularly rare? You bet it was aluminum? Jody Fish says yes. I happen to have a cube made out of tungsten right here, which is incredibly heavy. Like, holy cow. This thing, if I were to drop this on my coffee mug right here, it would shatter it in an instant, which I would not want to do. I had, I think, what was it, a fabric marker or something like that on my floor, and then this, somehow I knocked it off my desk and it fell onto the marker, and it cracked it open and ink went everywhere. It's very dense. This is tungsten. And this is not cheap. I got this as a gift, actually. This is a birthday present from Ios. Ios probably has better things to do right now than to watch my stream, but you should watch her streams. She does video game streams here on Twitch, and she's a member of my stream team. Check her out. But she got this for me for my birthday back in 2021. Before the whole... Apparently, like, crypto people got obsessed with tungsten cubes shortly after this. She got this for me when it was, like, you know, fair market price. And then it was, like, 2 weeks later, there was a huge, like, crypto bro craze for tungsten cubes. And suddenly this thing was worth, like, 40 times what, you know, what she paid for it. But, Anyway, yeah. Anywho, yeah. But that was very expensive, says Hogan. She showed me what she paid for it. Because I looked it up a couple weeks later, and I'm like, Ios, holy cow, did you actually pay $700 for this? And she's like, no. She way less than that. But, yeah. And, oof. And Mayor Space, that's awful. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah. Tungsten is extremely dense. Yeah. Hogan, I think tungsten is sometimes used for like armor-piercing rounds and like anti-tank shells and stuff like that. When they can't use depleted uranium, which they shouldn't. It's pretty dangerous. They use tungsten because it's very dense. Yeah. And hexavalent chromium is also the subject of the whole Aaron Brockovich thing. Interesting. Aaron Brockovich was the one who had a cousin Vinny, and she knew a lot about cars, right? Am I thinking of the right person? I know I'm not. Who am I thinking of? She was a lawyer, right? She knew a lot about cars. And she had a very thick, like, Boston accent or something. Yeah. And were there dinosaurs large enough to make the ground trip? Absolutely, Blingster. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit when we talk about Gertie the dinosaur, Blingster. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And there you go, Stavros. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Lunaseer says it causes a bunch of families all kinds of symptoms, including birth defects. Oh, no. Yeah, shoot. I should not be making jokes about this. I'm thinking of whoever what was the woman's name from My Cousin Vinny? I think she may have been Vinny's cousin. She's not Aaron Brockovich, right? Marissa Tomei is My Cousin Vinny. Really? Melissa Tomei is your cousin? Treckhorn? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. Before we get too... Holidays are fun. Nice, Truckhorn. Before we get too far afield, we haven't even started talking about dinosaurs yet today. Let's continue with magnets.
Because an atom is magnetic doesn't mean that a material made up of lots of that atom will be magnetic, which brings us to the level of crystals. When a bunch of magnetic atoms get together to make a solid, they generally have two options. One is for all the atoms to align their magnetic fields with each other, or they can align their magnetic fields in an alternating fashion so they all cancel out. The atoms will do whichever one requires less energy.
That's why chromium, for example, is a very magnetic atom, but a very unmagnetic solid, because it's one of the most anti-ferromagnetic materials that we know.
Okay.
Iron, on the other hand, is the namesake of ferromagnetism, so it is unsurprisingly ferromagnetic.
Which is, speaking of which, iron is Fe with 26 protons in it. That reminds me of a thing. Let's see if I can find an image so you know I'm not making this up. There we go. Yeah. I don't know why I thought this was amusing before. It's not actually that funny. Yeah. But yeah. And Julia Roberts was Aaron Brockovich. Interesting stuff. Okay. I think I've got that sorted out now. Yeah. And it is funny because wordplay. There you go, Lunaseer. Lunaseer knows what's up. Yeah. And how you doing, Claire Burr? Welcome back. Good to see you. What's shaking, Claire? Yeah. Let's continue.
Namesake of ferromagnetism, so it is unsurprisingly ferromagnetic, or in usual parlance, magnetic.
Sometimes.
Oh.
The last and final level of
I did not know that cast iron is not magnetic. Interesting. I bet you Lordy would have some insight into this. Another member of my stream team. But yeah. Yeah. Iron Maiden. There you go, Orchid.
Level of magnetism is that of domains. Essentially, even in a magnetic material where the magnetic fields of atoms line up together, it's possible that one chunk of the material will have all its atoms lined up pointing one way, and another chunk will have all its atoms pointing another way, and so on.
If all of these domains are of a similar size, then none may be strong enough to force the others to align with it. In which case, a piece of iron, for example, may have no magnetic field at all because of all the warring magnetic kingdoms within it.
However, if you apply a strong enough...
I feel like, you know, I'm not pop culturally inclined enough to understand what is being referenced here, but I do understand that there's some sort of reference to some... What's the thing that's being referenced here, everybody? Somebody clue me in here.
Magnetic field from outside the material, you can help one domain expand its control over its neighbors, and so on, until all of the domains have been unified into one kingdom, all pointing in the same direction.
And now, finally, you can rule with an iron fist. I mean, magnet.
I thought maybe it was Game of Thrones or something, but it's not.
It's ferromagnetic and all of the domains are aligned.
Exactly. What's remarkable is that
Oh, I kind of assumed it was a Game of Thrones thing, which I've never spent any time on. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Sorry.
You can rule with an iron fist.
Thank you, Blinkster and Mayorspace.
Magnet. It's magnetic because it's ferromagnetic and all of the domains are aligned.
Exactly. What's remarkable is that magnetism is a fundamentally quantum property amplified to the size of everyday objects. Every permanent
Party City Spartans.
is a reminder that quantum mechanics underlies our universe.
That sounds like a team that always loses. The Party City Spartans. Truckhorn, yeah.
Every permanent magnet is a reminder that quantum mechanics underlies our universe. In order for an everyday object to be magnetic, though, it has to
Hogan, that makes a lot of sense.
kingdom of
Yeah.
magnetic domains, each made up of bajillions of magnetic atoms, which also need to be aligned with each other, each of which can only be magnetic in the first place if it has an approximately half-filled outer shell of electrons, so their intrinsic magnetic fields can align and not cancel each other out. Not surprisingly, these criteria are pretty difficult to fulfill, which is why there are only a limited number of suitable materials you can use when you're building a magnet.
Or you could just run a current through any electrical conductor and produce a magnetic field that way.
But hey, why does that work in the first place? Click here to go over to Veritasium and we'll find out what special relativity and the speed of...
Yeah, that's okay. If you'd like to watch the rest of this video, it's almost done. There's that. But otherwise, we're going to start talking about what we came here to discuss. Gertie the dinosaur. Yeah. Oh, and interesting, Hilgen. Cast iron is basically iron that is more than 30% carbon. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah. And there you go, Sheridanicus. And I did not catch the dinosaur deep dive. Thank you, Truckhorn. We've gotten for sauropod from Oklahoma, I think, Origin TT. Let's talk about that real quick. Sauropod is, shoot, I think it was once considered a brachiosaur. Now, some paleontologists think it might actually be a titanosaur. But either way, it's a big ol' sauropod dinosaur. A huge, long-necked, plant-eating dinosaur like this. Often considered to be the tallest dinosaur ever. It all kind of depends on what sort of sauropod it is, because that would kind of dictate, you know, at what angle it would have held its neck and how tall it would be. But, yeah, shoot. Sauropod is a dinosaur that I believe was described by Matthew Wadel. And I spent some time with Matt Wadel We were going to the same conference together back in 2014, the Mid-Mesozoic meeting. Yeah, I was in the same van as Matt Wadel for like the whole week, and we got to talk in a long time. Me and Kerry Woodruff and him talked all about sauropods the whole week. But, yeah. And there you go, yeah. Wadel, Cifelli, and Sanders, 2000. Bow. There we go. Sauroposeidon. Sauroposeidon is a genus of sauropod dinosaur known from several incomplete specimens, including a bone bed and fossilized trackways? Wait, what? How can we attribute fossilized trackways to a critter that we don't have a complete skeleton of? Found in Oklahoma, Wyoming, and Texas. There we go. Yeah. This animal may not be as closely related to Brachiosaurus as previously thought, so these estimates may be inaccurate. Again, this all kind of hinges on what sort of sauropod dinosaur is this. We only have a few bones of this animal. The ones in white are from one specimen, the ones in gray, the light gray, are from another specimen. Yeah. So yeah. I've heard estimates that Sauroposeidon was something like 70 feet tall. You know, like over 20 meters tall. But it all kind of depends on what kind of critter it is. If it's a brachiosaur, then it probably is about that tall. But if it's a titanosaur, then it might be longer than it is tall, you know? But yeah, there's some neck vertebrae of this animal right there, and they are gargantuan. Huge. Yeah. And, Rich Cifelli says it's truly astonishing. It's arguably the largest creature to ever walk the earth. Rich Cifelli discovered Sauroposeidon. The press release in 1999 immediately garnered international media attention, which led to many inaccurate news reports of the largest dinosaur ever. While Sauroposeidon likely represents the tallest known dinosaur taxon, it does not hold records for either longest or most massive. Yeah, we've got several different candidates for the world's largest dinosaur. We've talked about this before. Though incomplete fossil evidence in the case of Maranpunisaurus lost, makes exact rankings impossible. Whoops. Oh, yeah. So here's a reconstruction of the animal as a brachiosaur. May have looked something like this. But we don't have enough of this animal to really know exactly what's going on with it, you know? But yeah. Sauroposeidon, really cool dinosaur. I do kind of wonder if we have any videos of this critter on the old YouTube. Sauroposeidon means lizard Poseidon. You know, Poseidon like the Greek god of... Greek, right? Jupiter is the Roman god. The Greek god of the sea. And this little video might talk about this a little bit. What is the biggest dinosaur? We don't know yet, because they're all known from fragmentary material, and all the biggest dinosaurs are incredibly difficult to dig up because they're so big, and they're usually only known from pretty modest scraps. But yeah, what was the biggest dinosaur? Let's talk about it.
Which was the world's largest dinosaur? Triceratops, T-Rex, the mighty Brontosaurus? Actually, none of these famous dinos are worthy of this title. Triceratops weighed up to 12 tons, T-Rex 8, Brontosaurus 17.
Well, Apatosaurus, Brontosaurus, would have weighed more than 17 tons, a lot more, I think. Probably closer to like 40 tons. But, anyway, yeah.
The largest dinosaurs were much heavier, weighing between 60 and 100
I spelled
tons.
T-Rex wrong. Yeah, they do, Hogan. That happens a lot with the dash.
Is equal to the weight of about 15 African elephants.
Yeah.
However, we can only guess which dinosaur was the true heavyweight champ. Determining the mass of large animals who lived millions of years ago presents a number of challenges.
Oh yeah, it does.
The larger an animal gets, the less likely it will be preserved. In order for dinosaur bones to become fossilized, they must be covered quickly with mud or sand. This protects the bones from the elements, as well as scavengers who might run off with them. The larger the dinosaur, the more of it
And Rex,
to cover,
mate,
making complete
Rex, maybe we can watch that after we cover our subject for the day. Still gotta talk about Gertie the dinosaur in a bit. Talon, I've never heard of that. We'll see if we have time. Remind me after we talk about Gertie.
preservation, a rare event. Without a complete skeleton, scientists can only make an educated guess about the rest of the animal. They often fill in gaps based.
Ooh, and I recognize this right off the top of my dome. I know who this is. Does anybody think they know which genus of dinosaur is represented right here? Who is that? Does anybody recognize this skeletal? Not Diplodocus, Jody Fish. Good guess, good guess. Think Titanosaur. Oh, I'm seeing a correct answer. Maybe 2 correct answers, 3 correct answers. Yes, I think, not 100% sure, but I think that this is... Yes, indeed. I was correct, and several members of chat were correct as well. So take a look at this. And then, let's flip it horizontally. It's Dreadnoughtus. Dreadnoughtus. Yeah, so if you said Dreadnoughtus, you got it right. Yeah. And you've worked on a Lego of one. So Dinosaur Dave, well familiar with this sauropod there. Yeah. And there's more material. I think this might have been what was described at the time, Rodan. Again, these animals are incredibly labor-intensive to excavate. So yeah, holy moly. But I recognized that pose there. Yeah. I kind of suspect that these necks were held higher up than you see here, off like we see in Prehistoric Planet. With their Dreadnoughtus reconstruction, I think that's probably a bit closer to the truth, but I don't really work on sauropods, so honestly, who cares what I think? But yeah.
Based on smaller related species. This can throw things off because animals resemble each other in some ways, but not others.
Yep.
And even with a complete skeleton, we don't know exactly how the largest dinosaurs were built.
Yep.
Bone only tells part of the story. A particular species could have been a muscle-bound hulk or a skinny beanpole. The amount of muscle, fat, and connective tissue is going to profoundly influence.
Not that skinny, that's nuts.
With these uncertainties, you can see why it's hard to say who was the biggest of the big.
This is a good video. I like this. Yeah.
Based on the fossils we've found so far, 5 dinosaurs are in the running for the top spot.
Oh, and I wonder who this is going to be. Here. Before they even get into this, I'm going to say Argentinosaurus is obviously Argentinosaurus is going to be one of them. And depending on when this was made, 6 years ago? Shoot. We probably didn't know about Patagotitan yet, but Patagotitan should definitely be a second one. Supersaurus is another. Probably Bruhathkaiosaurus, Alamosaurus. Yeah. We'll see who else.
The largest was probably Argentinosaurus.
There you go.
Scales at 80 to 100 tons.
Holy cow.
Fossils are scarce, but a partial thigh bone measures 4 feet around at its smallest point.
Holy cow. So over 4 feet in circumference. That's, like 1 1/3 meters. That's crazy. Wow.
Fibula or calf bone stood 5 feet tall. In second place, Puertosaurus.
Puertosaurus, interesting.
Tons. Fossils are even spottier, but its backbones rival those of Argentinosaurus and are even a bit wider. In third, Alamosaurus from the American
Alamosaurus.
West.
Yeah.
Weight range. vertebrae have been found matching the size of our top two contenders.
Yep.
In addition to a monster shin bone, 5.5 feet tall. In fourth, Antarctosaurus giganteus at 7.
I was not expecting that. Antarctosaurus? Seriously? Wait, really? Okay, Antarctosaurus, not from Antarctica, as you might presume. And Antarctosaurus is actually from Argentina. The word Antarct means southern in Latin. It's from Argentina.
50 to 80 tons. We know this species mostly from two giant thigh bones that stood 7.5 feet tall. And in fifth, Apatosaurus at 60 to 80 tons. Apatosaurs were thought to weigh about half this much, but new fossils from Oklahoma have doubled its potential size.
Yeah, I think these might be from similar areas where Saurophagenax is from. The giant Allosauriod, which is probably just a big ol' Allosaurus, like how this is just a big ol' Apatosaurus. But yeah, they didn't mention Supersaurus. They didn't mention Bruhathkayasaurus. They didn't mention a number of other, like, Chinese sauropods that are truly gigantic. Xinjiang Titan, I think, might be one of them, if I'm remembering that name correctly. I tend to get this mixed up. But yeah. It'd be cool to see this, like, a remake of this kind of a video. Holy cow.
You may have noticed that all of these dinosaurs look similar. They were all sauropods, a group of long-necked, plant-eating dinos that grew to colossal proportions. Did sauropods get bigger than this? Scientists in South America have recently unearthed a dinosaur that rivals Argentinosaurus.
This is Patagotitan right here. They didn't name it at the time. It had not been named yet. But yeah.
The bone is about 10% larger, indicating it was bigger and heavier.
Huh.
Whether it was the largest to ever walk the Earth remains an open question.
This is the Titanosaur that we were talking about the other day. It's a member of Titanosauria, so it is a Titanosaur, but Patagotitan, the one that we saw in the American Museum of Natural History, its head was kind of sticking out of the exhibit hall because it was so long. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I like that a lot. In fact, that's a beautiful segue into Gertie the dinosaur. Thank you to Origin TT for suggesting that Sauroposeidon, also in the running for being one of the largest of the dinosaurs. But we don't have very much information on it. But I can tell you one thing. Here. I kind of wonder whether this... Maybe if I go all the way back to... Let's see... I don't know if I have a photo of this in Google Photos, but shoot. Anyway, when I was in Utah and Colorado back in 2014, here's me right here, back in 2014, somewhere in Utah. With another sauropod dinosaur, and here's sauropod researcher Kerry Woodruff showing off his sauropod belt buckle there. If you look closely, there's a little sauropod on his belt buckle. Kerry Woodruff was one of the leading authorities in the world on sauropod dinosaurs, and if you want to learn more about sauropod dinosaurs, holy cow, Kerry's got an excellent talk about them that's up on YouTube. Kerry Woodruff sauropods. There we go. Titans of the Mesozoic. Yeah. From the Royal Tyrrell Museum. And holy cow, there's Gertie the dinosaur, whom we'll be talking about in just a moment here. But if you would like to learn more about sauropod dinosaurs, take a look at that link. Yeah. If you want... over the course of less than 40 minutes, to know more about sauropods than you ever thought you could know, watch this talk. Bookmark that link right there, and watch that. Dr. Kerry Woodruff, he just graduated with his PhD a little while ago. Here he is in 2014. He took this photo of me. I took this photo of him. We were, I think we're near, like, Centerville, Utah here. Or somewhere, we're somewhere north of Salt Lake. On our way down to the conference. We had to stop for this sauropod there at the Sinclair station. So yeah. Yeah.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons.
Drucifer.
He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Unlike Drucifer, who's won many, many beauty contests. Thank you for the 6 months of support, Drucifer. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you. And welcome back. It's good to see you here. Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Hopefully one of these days we can get Carrie on here as an interviewee on Paleontologizing. I still have to set things up on stream so that we can start doing interviews more often. But I want to be able to interview other paleontologists and do it like once every couple weeks. I think that'd be really nice. Maybe even once a week. We'll have to see about that. But yeah. Anyway, I was here with, back in 2014 at the Mid-Mesozoic meeting. Well, there's Carrie riding on a sauropod at a different Sinclair station. Oh, man, he was excited about that. Yeah. Good stuff. But, one of Carrie's colleagues... Well, yeah, here we go. This is Brent Breithaupt right here, who's a paleontologist from Wyoming. Here's Carrie Woodruff right here, and here's Matt Wadel, another sauropod researcher. So both of these guys are big sauropod people. They publish a lot on sauropods, and here they are. They didn't actually break this bone. This is a photo op. I thought this would be funny, so I kind of staged this. But yeah. Anyway. And you see the name tag right there for the Mid-Mesozoic meeting. Those of you who have attended scientific conferences before, you'll recognize this kind of name tag here. Yeah. But, yeah, they could almost be a meme layout. Isn't it great now? Yeah. This is lovely. Good stuff. Anyway, Matt Wadel, he described Sauroposeidon. I think he's lead author on that paper. And while we were there, in Utah, for whatever reason, I think our van got separated from the rest of the caravan at some point. I think we got a flat tire or something. And we rolled into, like, Green River, Wyoming, or, Green River, Utah at some point. And we stopped by, like, some sort of fast food joint. I think it was a Sonic or something like that. And I don't know why, but somebody ordered a kid's meal. And they got, like, a kid's meal bag, and it had dinosaurs all over it. And it had Sauroposeidon on the bag, listed as, like, the tallest dinosaur of all time. And so I showed this to Matt Wadel, and he was, like, blown away by this. And I'm sure he tweeted about it at the time. I bet you, actually. I bet you we can find it on his blog, too. Let's see. SVPow, Sauroposeidon. Sauropod vertebra picture of the week. Bag, maybe? I don't know if that's gonna help. Utah. But I took a photo of this and I sent it to Matt because I think his phone was dead or something like that. There it is right there. Yeah. This is a slide from his talk where he used my photo here. Very nice. Yeah. There you go. And so, yeah, Matt was very, very excited about that. It was It was a good time. You should really follow his, let's see. If you really like sauropods, take a look at he and Mike Taylor run this blog. So take a look at that. Yeah. Anyway, Sauroposeidon, cool animal. That's why you get the kids' meal. There you go, Roland. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And there you go, Stavros. Yes. And Diagonal says the Wikipedia article on dinosaur size doesn't discuss ornithischian dinosaurs at all. Just sauropodomorphs and theropods? Yeah, Diagonal. That's where it's at. The Saurischians. They've got the size. Yeah. And you really like sauropods, Joe Mack? Well, you will really like this blog, I think. Sauropod vertebra picture of the week. You know, given that sauropods have very long necks and very long tails, they've got a lot of vertebrae. And, yeah, discussing sauropod vertebrae is kind of what this blog is about. But, yeah, I bet you I can look through my other photo. Here's me with a sauropod femur back in 2014. Matt Wadle took that photo, I think. Yeah. Here's me with this Apatosaurus femur at the Dinosaur Journey Museum in Fruita, Colorado. Not Grand Junction, Fruita. So yeah. Yeah. And prawn, small sauropods? Yeah. You know, small sauropods, they're cool too, certainly. We'll be talking about a small sauropod, Gertie the dinosaur, in just a minute here. But yeah. And Nell says, for being 4 feet thick, are titanosaur bones tricky to do histo on? Are they kind of easy because they're hollow? I think they're probably easier because they're bigger, honestly, Nell. You've got more opportunity to find the lags in them, I would guess. Yeah. So yeah. A beardless nanny. You know, Nell, I used to only grow a beard out every summer. I would only, prior to like 2015, I would only grow out my beard when I was out in the field. And it was like a tradition. Every year I would grow it out, and then I'd get back home and I'd shave it off. Or I'd shave it off even before I got home. And then in 2015, I'm like, why bother? Just keep it. So yeah. Yeah. Here we are. So yeah. Yeah. Must have been 12 back then, says Trek Nerd. I won't tell you how old I was at the time, but I'm definitely not tall enough to tower over an apatosaur femur. Not full-grown apatosaur femur. So yeah. Anyway. And Prawn says, I heard a Margosaurus had a sail instead of exposed spikes. Is that true? Prawn, I think we actually now think that it had exposed spines rather than a sail. So I think that's wrong, actually. At least there was a paper that came out this past year, maybe the year before, that talked about this. Let's see. Vertebral spines. In 2022, a detailed study by Ignacio Acerda and colleagues analyzing the structure, morphology, and microanatomy of the vertebral spines of Margosaurus suggests that the spines were not covered in a keratinous sheath as previously believed. Oh no, you're right. Shoot, you are right. Sorry. I got that mixed up, Prawn. Yeah. You're right, Prawn. You're right. Osteohistology of the spine suggests that they were likely, if not exclusively, covered in a sail of skin. Probably muscle, too, and tendons. Spines were also highly vascularized and bear cyclical growth marks, adding credence to this theory. There you go, a Margosaurus. So yeah, isn't that neat? And here is a reconstruction of that animal. There we go. Oh, I love this. That's beautiful. So, like, 2 sails like that coming out of their necks. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. So yeah. Sauropod dinosaurs are just incredibly, incredibly interesting. I wish they were not such a pain in the behind to excavate. You know, back when I worked at Museum of the Rockies, it was the same time that Kerry Woodruff was there, digging up sauropods and studying them and publishing on them. And of course, Jack Horner was his master's advisor there. And Jack, who was my boss too, Jack Horner, I won't say he disliked sauropods, but sauropod dinosaurs, I don't know. I'll put it this way. There is a, you know, at Museum of the Rockies, I actually did a live stream from Museum of the Rockies back in, this would have been summer of 2021. I think June or July of 2021. Anyway, let's get to the dinosaurs. Yeah. There we go. There's a bunch of sauropod stuff right there. Big old limb bones and sauropod neck and what have you. Apparently there's an audio tour. Not apparently. There was. I don't know if there still is. An audio tour narrated by Jack Horner. You could take an audio tour of collections there. Not collections. Of the exhibits. Excuse me. And I remember Kerry talking about this, and he says, holy cow, it's the only time I've ever heard Jack Horner talk about sauropod dinosaurs without just cussing up a storm, without swear words left and right. Because sauropods are such a pain in the butt to dig up. They're so big and bulky. Like, a single bone from a sauropod might take as much time and effort and money as it would to excavate an entire skeleton of another dinosaur. You know? Sauropods, they're not easy to work on. Or store. Or transport. Or any of that stuff. They're just too... They're too big. You know? They're nuts. They're way too big. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And oh, and there you go, Hogan. That makes sense. You're in Minnesota. Very cool, Hogan. I do not have that problem where I am. Here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It doesn't even snow here. So yeah. But I used to live in Montana, and honestly, I didn't really like having a beard there either, because it would accumulate, like, the condensation from my breath would, like, freeze on my beard, and the whole thing would just turn into a big icicle. So, anyway, it's much more pleasant having a beard here in beautiful, sunny, coastal California. But yeah, yeah. And what is this? Gnosis Seeker, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Howdy, howdy. How you doing? Good to have you here. Yeah. And Rex, I'm sorry I missed that. Speaking of Utah, what's the progress of the Utah Raptor project? Yeah, shoot, I saw it when I was there at the Museum of Ancient Life back in 2018, but I can show you some photos. I just saw the Utah Raptor block back in October. I went out there with LJ Krumanacker. Here's LJ right here. Where we were elsewhere in Utah. And, yeah. We went to the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry. And then... Oh, there we go. There's part of the Utah Raptor block. Beautiful denery there of a Utah Raptor. Really gorgeous. Here is Jim Kirkland next to the Utah Raptor block. Yeah. What's the progress? It's still being worked on. Yeah. You should go follow Jim Kirkland if you want updates on that. Follow him on Twitter if you're on Twitter. But yeah, the Utah Raptor block, incredibly cool project. Here's Scott Madsen. Working on that. Looking through a dissecting microscope right there. This is a block with an untold number of dinosaurs inside. Yeah. Here's a reconstruction of what might have been going on at the time. Probably seems like a sinkhole, or not a sinkhole. A quicksand pit that a bunch of Utah Raptor and a poor ornithischian dinosaur, some sort of iguanodontian, got stuck in like that. Everybody's bones are all jumbled up. Really, really cool specimen. And it's been relocated from the Museum of Ancient Life in Lehi, Utah? Is that right? It's been relocated to a U.S. Geological Survey facility in Salt Lake City. So that's what I was visiting back in October. Pretty cool stuff. So yeah. It is kind of like the La Brea tar pits, Rex. Yeah, yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Anyway, yeah. You can't even imagine what problems somebody would have 200 years ago without modern equipment, Orchid Twilight. Well, in some ways it was more difficult 100 years ago. But in some ways it was a lot easier too, because there weren't as many restrictions about what you could do on the land back then, you know? You could basically just go drive a truck wherever you wanted to 100 years ago. Nowadays, it's not the case. So sometimes, in some cases, it's a lot more difficult to get things out today than it was back then. But we do have things like, I don't know, cranes and stuff, which weren't as common back then. If you can get a crane to the site, we have helicopters, but they're expensive. So I don't know. Every site is going to be different, present its own challenges. So yeah, yeah. And there you go, Golganek. Yes, absolutely. You can actually help contribute to the study of the Utah Raptor mega block there. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Utah Geological Survey, whom I've done some work with. Good group of folks. Yeah. The Utah Geological Survey holds on behalf of the citizens of the state of Utah what is likely the most spectacular dinosaur fossil assemblage ever collected in the state of Utah. Yeah. The 9-ton block of sandstone contains thousands of bones of baby to adult Utah Raptor dinosaurs, the raptors of Jurassic Park. Dromaeosaurs is what we call them. But yeah. And possibly other species. Apparently there are some researchers who think, oh yeah, the small Utah Raptors, they're so different. They're probably not Utah Raptor. Probably a different species, because they're so small. And they look a little different. I mean, tell me we haven't heard this before, chat. You know? These ones can't possibly be the same species, because one of them's smaller than the other one. And it looks a little bit different. It's got bigger eyes.
Ontogeny.
So yeah. Yeah, there you go, Prawn. Yes, indeed. Nowadays, we recognize that ontogeny plays a big role in how these animals change and develop. Might make them look very different.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, at different stages of life. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
So anyway, you get the idea. But yeah, yeah. And you, there you go, Stavros, so no. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's why, man, we should honestly have, like, I don't know. Should you be able to name a new dinosaur genus or species if you don't have an adult specimen of it? maybe you should be able to, you know? Maybe you need an adult specimen to name it as a new genus or species. But this is my opinion. Anyway, yeah. And Hogan, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Gotta go to work tonight. I hope to see you around soon, Hogan. Enjoy that gift sub. Or no, you will not have to watch ads the next time you come here. So, yeah. Yeah. Not gift sub. Holy cow, no, you subscribed. Appreciate you, Hogan. Anyway, have a good day at work or a good night at work. I'll see you around. Take care. Yeah. Yeah. No naming without a visit from Mary Schweitzer. Mary Schweitzer doesn't do histo, Jody Fish. That would be like Alida Bayul or Holly Woodward or Sarah Werning or a number of other cool female paleontologists. Who's a male paleontologist who works on dinosaur histology? I don't know. It's the domain of the ladies right now, and they're, yeah, holy cow. A new frontier in dinosaur paleontology. And, it's gonna revolutionize our science. It continues to revolutionize our science, I should say. So, yeah. Anyway. I think it's about time that we start talking about Gertie the dinosaur. Some of you might be familiar with Gertie the dinosaur. We've got, well, shoot. We have several alerts here on this channel featuring Gertie. Do we have anybody in chat right now who happens to be a fan of animation? An animation fan, per se. Anybody here in chat? Because the whole field of animation owes a great debt of gratitude to old Gertie the dinosaur. And we will talk about why. Yes. Let's get into that. I happened to find a really cool video about this earlier. And shoot, I was trying to post about this earlier on Twitter, too. Let's give it one more try. Because, holy cow, this was not working earlier. Gertie, Twitter appears to be very broken at the moment. Or it was earlier, anyway. Let's see if it's back working again now. Let's see. Here is our second bit. But Twitter was having a really bad bug where, it kept telling me that I had reached my limit for number of tweets for the day, and so I couldn't tweet this. This is my first tweet of the day, everybody. I haven't tweeted anything today at all. But let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
Tweet. Oh, it worked! Excellent. Yeah. Very nice. Today is an important anniversary. Gertie the dinosaur premiered on this day in 1914 at the Palace Theater in Chicago. Here she is encountering a mammal there. And, zoop. There goes the mammal. Oh, boy. Yeah. But is it any wonder that the first keyframe animation was the first time keyframe animation was used, it was used to resurrect a dinosaur. Anyway, we're talking about Gertie and the history of dinosaurs and animation on today's stream. So there you go. Go juice that tweet, everybody. If you're on Twitter, do me a favor and go like that. Let's try and bring some new people to the broadcast here. But, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's talk about Gertie the dinosaur. Many of you are probably already familiar with Gertie, but if you're not, or if you don't think you are, Some of you may have been to the state of Florida here in the U.S. Yeah. If you've ever been to that theme park, what do they call it now? Disney's Hollywood Studios or something? There's actually an ice cream stand there.
History of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true. Kennedy 104. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Really appreciate that, Kennedy. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for keeping me here on the air, helping prevent me from going extinct for the past 7 months. But yeah, here is Dinosaur Gertie's Ice Cream of Extinction. You can actually go buy ice cream from this place. That is, that's Gertie the dinosaur right there. Very nice. Yeah. So yeah. I've bought ice cream from here before. Best ice cream I've ever had. But let's talk about Gertie the dinosaur, and let me show you speaking of, like, Disney World and Walt Disney. Let's go ahead and take a look at this right here.
By the end of the 19th century, drawings had been made to appear to move, but only...
Anyway, so Walt Disney, of course, really, really famous for the Walt Disney Company, Walt Disney Studios. They were able to kind of build a whole empire on the back of animation. One of the pioneers of animation was Winsor McCay, and his real breakout character, the thing that made him famous, and the thing that kind of turned animation into a thing, was Gertie the dinosaur. So it's very appropriate that, you know, Walt Disney would be paying homage to this vitally important character, Gertie the dinosaur. Let's have a look.
By the end of the 19th century, drawings had been made to appear to move, but only in a limited way. Progress was again waiting on invention. And this came with the development of the motion picture film and the motion picture camera. This new medium opened the door to further experiments with the animated drawing.
Yep.
Winsor McCay...
And Winsor McCay, I think he was actually born... I want to say he was born on my birthday. Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, Winsor McCay. There we go. Oh, I guess we actually don't know what day he was born. Wait, circa 1866 to 1871? We don't know when he was born? Wait, you're kidding me. Disputed. Okay, never mind then. I take it back. I think in Don Glut's carbon dates, he lists Winsor McCay as having been born on September 26th, which is my birthday. But apparently we don't really know when he was born. Kinda nuts that this was long enough ago that, you know, you could be, yeah, shoot. Records of McCay's birth are not extant. He stated in an interview in 1910 that he was born in 1869, and this is the year listed on his grave marker. Late in life, he told friends he was born September 26th, 1871, in Spring Lake. And they published this information in a magazine. Anyway, that's my birthday. I was also born September 26th, 1871. No, I'm not him. Look, it's Mike. Oh, no. Yeah. They couldn't Google it back then, Sisteros. Yeah. But yeah, anywho. Let's get back to here.
Famous newspaper cartoonist made several noteworthy experiments with animation.
Yeah.
Among them was his film, Gertie the Dinosaur.
Yep.
Gertie was not presented in the way modern films are shown today.
No, this is going to be really interesting, actually. Yeah, because the concept of, like, a motion picture didn't really exist in the same form that it does today. There was... Yeah. Here, we'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, he sure ate a lot of cake on September 26th. There you go, Gipleg. Yeah. Yeah, just like me. I thought you were earlier in the year than September? Nope. No. Unless you were here in May, Nell, and we did a birthday stream for Mary Anning. And it was funny because there were all of these people who came into chat. I'm like, oh, happy birthday, Danny. Because they just saw a birthday in the stream title. They didn't bother to actually read the whole stream title. And so people came in gifting subs and stuff like that. And cheering with bits and going, happy birthday, Danny. I'm like, no, read the title. It's Mary Anning's birthday today. But thank you for the bits and the subs, you know? We might do that again this year. We might make that an annual tradition. Yeah. I think that'd be fun. Mary Anning's birthday, I think, is May... When is it? When was... Mary Anning born? May 21st, 1799. There we go. Yeah. So May 21st, let's do another Mary Anning birthday stream. Maybe get some more subs and bits. That'll be good stuff. It'll be good stuff. Always celebrate Mary Anning? Yes, indeed, Lenina. Yes, indeed. Who's got time to read titles? I know, when you're so busy watching streams, who would want to do that kind of labor there, you know? To read words. What is this, a book? You know? No, I always read the stream titles. I don't know. I guess other people don't. But yeah. Best day to have a birthday, says Green Herring. Is that right, Green Herring? Well, a happy early birthday to you, Green Herring. Yeah. Anyway, Mary Anning, Windsor McKay, Gertie the Dinosaur. So Gertie the Dinosaur, this was way back in 1914 when motion pictures were kind of in their infancy. Animation was at its very infancy. This would be the first cartoon that, chances are, the vast majority of people who are seeing this is the first cartoon they've ever seen. Gertie the Dinosaur wasn't officially the first cartoon ever produced. It was not the first animated picture ever produced. Windsor McKay had actually created a couple of things beforehand. One of them was like a mosquito. And maybe I can actually find footage of that. I feel like that would be instructive. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah. So this, I think, might have been the first American animated cartoon. Apparently, there were some French animations that were done earlier than this. There may have been a guy in Great Britain also who did some cartoons like that. But it's, anyway, this is one of the very, very first. And you'll notice some similarities when we watch Gertie in a minute. But, yeah. And man, that's a big mosquito. Holy cow. I hear they get this big in Minnesota and Alaska and places like that. Do we have music here? We do have music. Uh-oh. Let's make sure the music's not copyrighted. I don't see it as, yeah. Nightmare Fuel, says Green Herring. Uh-oh. And they are good sketches. You're right, Roland. Agreed. He's taking a long time to take off that hat, you know? Audiences were just more patient back then. He's sharpening his nose. Is that a whetstone? Oh, the mosquito sharpening her proboscis. As we all know, female mosquitoes are the only ones that actually bite. So this has got to be a female mosquito here. Yeah. Man, this is kind of nightmare-inducing. Right into the guy's nose. Holy cow. She is ruthless there. And hey, McDiggity. Welcome back. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is, it's a little bit disconcerting, and it goes into his skull? Oh my goodness. So Winsor McKay has been described as a very, very talented artist and a visionary, but his stuff was not necessarily all that commercially appealing. Especially early on. Oof. Yeah. Anyway, and it's not even halfway over yet. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. It just keeps going. The mosquitoes get you on the first try, Travel? I'm sorry to hear that. Mosquitoes don't seem to like me all that much. I very rarely get mosquito bites. It just keeps going. Oh, man. I mean, imagine you're an audience watching this for the first time. Well, I don't actually know if there was audiences at the time watching these things. This is more of an experiment. Like a proof of concept than anything else at the time. But, yeah. Oof. And Roland says, I've never heard of this artist, but I absolutely love his work. One of the first animators in history. Winsor McKay. Yeah. Look at that thick mosquito. Oh, man. Go ahead and put your top hat on and take off. Haven't you had enough there? Oh, she's going to do a headstand. Okay. Okay. Anyway, it just kind of keeps going. But here's a link if you'd like to watch the rest of it. And thank you, McDiggity, for the gift sub there. Really appreciate that. Thank you. On Data Science Ninja, enjoy that gift sub. Thank you, McDiggity. Yeah. The mosquito's doing some tricks. She's pretty talented. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and here the end is coming up. We'll just watch till the end. Okay, you getting ready to go? Well, there we go. Wow, I'm glad we watched till the end. What a satisfying finish. Very nice. So that actually predates Gertie the Dinosaur, but I think you will agree Gertie the dinosaur is going to be a bit more amusing than that. Let's take a look. Yeah. And we would probably get DNA for... There you go, Kennedy, yes. Yeah. Here we are. Let's get back to here.
The famous newspaper cartoonist made several noteworthy experiments with animation.
Yeah.
Among them was his film, Gertie the Dinosaur. Gertie was not presented in the way modern films are shown today. It was part of a vaudeville act in which Winsor McCay appeared on the stage.
And so, in a way, this is almost like, it's almost like he's doing a live stream, you know? Winsor McCay would be up there on stage in front of an audience, getting live feedback and interacting with his creation up there. You know, feel a little bit of kinship in that sense. Yeah. So this is not actually Winsor McCay. This is like a 1950s or 1960s reconstruction of what that may have been like, produced by the Walt Disney Company, you know? But yeah. In fact, part of this actually, here, just to make sure this doesn't get, YouTube doesn't freak out about this, let's go ahead, and I'm sorry if anybody's watching on YouTube right now. This part's going to be muted for you. We've got to make sure the audio doesn't get piped through. But yeah. Yeah, there's Gertie. So what a visionary that Winsor McCay was able to actually create a live stage show out of animation. I mean, imagine that at the time. You've discovered this thing called animation where you can make pictures move by photographing them in such a way and then playing them in quick succession. And you're able to take that and turn it into something that can entertain an audience at a stage show like this. That's pretty cool. You know? Yeah, it is an oppressive act of creativity. Agreed, Kennedy. Yeah. And there's Gertie right there. And so this is the original film right here being played in this production. Yep. I love how willful she is. Gertie's a rebel. Oh, don't say that. What did he mean by that? I love how small the pumpkin is. So again, this is a beautiful visual gag right here. Winsor McCay was well ahead of his time. I mean, that's a solid bit right there. It holds up, you know? Almost 110 years later, it holds up. It is like augmented reality, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. She eats the stump. And this is really funny because I think somebody can look this up, but I'm pretty sure that there was like an imitator of Winsor McKay's who would do like animated elephants, and I think this may have been like Winsor McKay poking fun at the whole elephant thing and being like, "No, you're a pretender, you're a poser, you know, Gertie superior to Jumbo the elephant here." Or whatever. Something like that. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's supposed to be a mammoth right there. I love this so much. This is why I picked this little clip to do the, you know, the tweet earlier. Yeah. Which, by the way, thank you to everybody who, retweeted that and liked it. Excellent stuff. World Scientist, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Filippo Bertoso, Bliss9, Amashandio, and Claire Burr for those retweets there. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Gertie, don't hurt Jumbo there. Uh-oh. Yeah. And I kind of love how when you look at the way that the elephant walks, pay close attention to that. I feel like the artist here, Winsor McKay, was actually looking at real film footage of an elephant. Or maybe not even film footage. Maybe he went to a zoo and watched an elephant walking. But he's got that walk just about perfect. Like, this is really superb. Winsor McKay may have been one of the very first people to ever do animated films like this, but man, was he a virtuoso. I mean, take a look at, like, the walking gait of the elephant. Really impressive. So look, very realistic there. Yeet. I'm going to make that an alert. That needs to be an alert right there. Oh, boy. Yeah. Ah. Yeah.
Stance. The dinosaur dip.
Ah. Oh, you've got some nerve, mammal.
Gertie, you had that coming to you.
I love how spiteful she is, too.
Now, Gertie, you had that coming to you. Now, roll over and play dip. That's
oh.
Now get up. Come on, get up. Let's get on with the act. Up. Up on your feet. Hey,
she's got sass, indeed, so to speak, yeah.
Did you see that? You're not in the habit of saying things, are you? How'd you like to have a little drink? Huh? Well, there's the lake. Go on.
Have a little drink.
Take a little drink.
This is really exquisite sight gags for one of the very first animated films ever produced.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Gertie will show you that she's not afraid of me. And take me for a ride. Alley-oop.
Yeah. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Anyway. Originally broadcast November 30th, 1955. Yeah. Cool stuff. So, yeah. Very entertaining. Agreed. Travel the world. This was like 110 years ago. Or 109 years ago today, I suppose. Because Gertie first premiered on February 8th, 1914. Extraordinary that she is relevant to this day, or at least entertaining, you know? But tremendously influential. You know, everybody who got involved with animation, including old Walt Disney right here, must have been tremendously inspired by Gertie the Dinosaur, you know? Yeah. This reconstruction was created from an original print of Gertie the Dinosaur, with the live-action reconstructed largely from the memories of some of Walt Disney's animation staff who had seen the original 1914 presentation. There you go! Tremendously influential. Many of the people who turned Walt Disney Studios into what it was through their hard work, they had originally seen this back in 1914. That's pretty cool. So anybody here who is a fan of animation, you may not recognize the incredible debt that you owe to Gertie the Dinosaur. But I hope you recognize that now, you know? Animation when it was in its very infancy had inspiration from a dinosaur, and that helped to turn this, you know, this pursuit which had been basically like a hobby, an experiment, into something that actually had crowd appeal. It took dinosaurs to do that. And, as a dinosaur paleontologist, you know, I can't say I'm surprised. Dinosaurs really do have crowd appeal. There's something really special about dinosaurs that fires the imagination. And so, is it any wonder at all that the very first keyframe animation piece that was ever done was done with a dinosaur for the subject? You know? Dinosaurs are so fascinating. They spark people's imaginations like nothing else. How could it have been any other way, you know? Of course, with this brand new technology, animation, keyframe animation right there, 1914, its very first use case will be to resurrect a dinosaur. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, if you ask me. So yeah. Yeah. And now you flatter me. My goodness, now. Yeah. It's a dinosaur of a dinosaur animation. There you go, 7 cards. I mean, yeah. Something dynamic, ahead of its time. You know, brilliant. That's how I like to see the word dinosaur used. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Now, the Wikipedia article for Gertie the Dinosaur is really extraordinary, actually. It's got a, it's actually got one of those little stars that shows that it is a featured article on Wikipedia. And I would highly recommend you check it out. Yeah. There we go. Gertie the dinosaur. And look at that featured star right there. Beautiful. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, and that's interesting. William Randolph Hearst, who himself was the inspiration for the main character in the film Citizen Kane. Apart from being like a, you know, obscenely wealthy newspaper magnate. He curtailed Winsor McKay's vaudeville activities, so McKay added a live-action introductory sequence to the film for its theatrical release, renamed Winsor McKay, the Famous Cartoonist, and Gertie. Yeah. Very nice. There's the background right there. Content, synopsis, production. Excuse me. So after the vaudeville act, in November 1914, film producer William Fox offered to market Gertie the dinosaur to moving picture theaters for spot cash and highest prices. McKay accepted, and extended the film to include a live-action prologue and intertitles to replace his stage patter. The film successfully traveled the country and had reached the West Coast by December. This is probably one of the earliest, like, motion pictures to move across the United States like that. Yeah. Very nice. We're gonna take a look at that also. Here is a still from that, and this includes a lot more paleontological content, which is perfectly appropriate for us here on Paleontologizing, you know? So yeah. But yeah, and the caricature style seems a lot like Disney. Well, I mean, Disney gained a tremendous amount of inspiration from this. Without Gertie the dinosaur, there would be no Disney. I want to make that very clear. Without Gertie the dinosaur, Disney would not exist. This is tremendously important and influential. I want you to understand that. I want you to grasp that, you know? Yeah. And so when you're Winsor McKay and you're live on a vaudeville stage presenting with Gertie the dinosaur, that's going to be, you know, tremendously influential, maybe inspirational to all the people watching in that audience. But that's not going to have the cultural reach as a film would, something that's easily reproduced and can be shown in theaters, and you can kind of reproduce it endlessly, you know? It's like the difference between a live theater production and a YouTube video that you can share at will across the world at a moment's notice. Well, a film wasn't like that, but you get the idea, you know? You sense the difference there. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Here on the Wikipedia article, they actually have the full film. This is way copyright expired, obviously, from 1914. Or rather, when was it? When did it go into theaters? 1914. Anyway, I don't think this, strictly speaking, is 1914. I think it maybe it's a couple years later. But there we go. Restored in 2002 by the Cinémathèque Québécois and the National Archives of Canada. And let me give you some appropriate background music for this as well. You ready? Let's get into it. Gertie the Dinosaur adapted for the silver screen. Yeah. America's Greatest Cartoonist and Gertie. Released to the Box Office Attraction Company. Good stuff. Museum of Natural History in New York City New York. This is the AM&H in New York City. I told you there was going to be some paleontological content here. And there's a good old AM&H out front. Yeah. Take a look. Look at those grandiose staircases there. What a cathedral to natural history the AM&H is. It's almost snooty. It is so ornate. So regal. Winsor McKay, creator of Little Nemo and Dreams of a Rarebit Fiend. George McManus, creator of The Newlyweds, Bringing Up Father, and Let George Do It. Roy McCardle, humorist, and others on a joyride. You know, people read more slowly back then. There we go. And how fortuitous all these people would be there in the same auto motor car at the same time. And there they are pulling up to the front of the AM&H. And uh-oh, what is this? We've got a puncture. Let's go into the museum while he fixes it. Central Park West. Yes, indeed, Kennedy. Yep. In the museum. The Dinosaurus skeleton. 70 feet length, 20 feet high. Yeah. Dinosaurus. So this is actually Apatosaurus right here, which was known as Brontosaurus at the time. But yeah. And again, people read more slowly back then. For many people, this would actually be the very first time they ever saw a dinosaur, which is pretty cool. And, oh boy, this footage has not aged well. Yeah. Brontosaurus Bros for life, says 7 cards. Yes, indeed. But you can see there's, it looks like a femur and a, yeah, anyway. Different shot. And they are pretty taken aback by this big sauropod dinosaur. Winsor McKay bets George McManus a dinner for the party that he can make the dinosaurs live again by a series of hand-drawn cartoons. Go Pro Scion. How you doing, Pro Scion? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And there's that neck right there. This is supposed to be the skull. Man, this is not... It's not very, very well lit. There's the forelimbs there. Radius and ulna. Humerus. Yeah. And I do not have that Iberomysornis. We'll do that today. Thank you, Lenina and Gargaware. We'll do Iberomysornis. Yeah. After 6 months' work, McKay finishes drawing the cartoons. And holy cow, was this an incredibly laborious process at the time. Winsor McKay actually pioneered the use of keyframes and detailed background drawings and registration marks in order to reduce the amount of jitter that would take place in the animation process. Really, really cool stuff. It continues to this very day. Well, a lot of this stuff is digital now, but anyway, truly pioneering stuff, and he came up with it for Gertie the Dinosaur. Yeah. And Kennedy, this was years before the Barosaurus. The Barosaurus went up in like the 80s, Kennedy. McManus calls while the cartoons are being photographed. Yeah. And that's before cell frames. I think this might have been also the first... This might have been the first one with cell frames. Give them now. I think it might also be the first there. Yeah. And yeah, let's see. And I made 10,000 cartoons, each one a little bit different from the one preceding it. Mr. McManus wants to see some of the drawings. And there's just part of the stack right there. Holy cow. They're out of order. What are you doing? Oh, no. Oh, boy. Man, people must have thought this was hilarious at the time. It's still amusing. Oh, goodness. See, the working man gets no respect. Average workday for you, Booty Raider. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's before carts and trolleys were invented. Yeah, before the invention of the wheel, 7 carts. Yeah. I hope those were numbered. Yeah. And hey, Acrocanthosaurus, we're finally doing Gertie the Dinosaur. The dinner. Yeah. Yeah. And let's see. SV Harkins says that kid was feeding a family of 7. Yeah, that poor kid. Man, interesting class dynamics in this. Windsor McKay here, I think at the head of the table. Kind of a humble artisan, but he's been able to, through, you know, grit and hard work, elevate himself to the status of a tuxedoed upper class person here. So, yeah, anyway. Yeah. And now, Mr. McKay will show us what he thinks of a Dinosaurus looked like in real life. Dinosaurus is, of course, Apatosaurus, then known as Brontosaurus. But yeah, sauropod dinosaur. A sauropod. What would it look like in real life? People read slower back then. Here we go. Yeah. So there's Windsor McKay right there. About to draw Gertie right here. There we go. And I love that we actually get to see him draw Gertie large scale like this in real time. Pretty lovely. Yeah. She's looking a little chonky. But you know, he had to do this in real time. With no eraser. So yeah. McKay, your bet was that you could make it move. And there's that fabulously drawn background right there. There's the cave. And there she is, poking her head out of the cave right there. Gertie, yes, her name is Gertie, will come out of that cave and do everything I tell her to do. there you go, Hexro. Yeah, holy cow, a lot of work required in something like this. But here we go. Come out, Gertie, and make a pretty bow. And there she is. Yeah. She's a little bit shy. But there she is in all her glory. Gertie the dinosaur. Beautiful sauropod there. And she's gonna take a minute and eat a big rock. There's a tree. And she's gonna eat the whole tree. Yeah. Yeah. And I love how, like, rebellious, rebellious, willful, I don't know. Oh, stop that. And she's just gonna keep doing that. Be a good girl and bow to the audience. And there she goes bowing, yeah. Gastroliths, Tommy Platycus. Yeah, gastroliths are actually more controversial than you might realize. A lot of paleontologists think sauropods did not swallow stones. Thanks. Now raise your right foot. There you go. Yeah. That's good. Now raise your left foot. And Tommy Platycus. We can talk about gastroliths in a little bit if you'd like to. Yeah. The idea that sauropods swallowed stones is a long-running idea, and, there, she's not listening. Never mind that sea serpent. Gertie, raise your left foot. Paleontologists like Oliver Wings and I think Martin Sander disagree with the idea that these critters were swallowing stones. They think there's no evidence for a gastric mill. I'll show you a paper about that in a bit. Remind me. Don't let me forget. But yeah. You're a bad girl. Shame on you. Oh. Don't make her cry. My goodness. Oh, don't cry. Here, catch this pumpkin. That's a solid sight gag right there. Respect. Now, will you raise your left foot? Yes. And she's gonna eat the rest of that tree. The sideways jaw motion like a cow. Not authentic. The tongue is really funny, though. He's licking her chops afterward. Yeah. And she is just kind of, like, generally distracted. She feels like a real animal, or almost like a child, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, and here comes a mammal. Uh-oh. Gertie, don't hurt Jumbo. This is my favorite part. Zoom. Oh, boy. Yeah. And she thinks that's pretty funny. Yeah. Gertie loves music. Play for her and she'll dance. Yeah. And there she is dancing. Good for her. And that mammoth is not happy, just seething there in the water. You saw this dance in Fortnite? The Gertie dance, Trekhorn? Yeah. She's very talented, so to speak. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Really feeling herself there. She's getting into it. Oh. And uh-oh. Revenge on the mammoth. Boom. Oh, Gertie doesn't mess around. Oh, man. I love how just the spirit of mischief in this is pretty extraordinary, you know? I want to watch that again real quick. That was really good. Yeah. Gertie did start it, and she'll finish it, Afro Bandit Girl, yeah. Yeah, this was made in 1914, like 109 years ago. That's pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Like, there are modern animated films that don't have this wit or creativity or sense of fun or mischief. Yeah. Watch this. And I love how she kind of struggles to pick it up at first. Like, here. Whoop. Watch, so the mammoth is trying to escape, and she goes to pick up the rock, and she can't quite do it at first. There's a certain... I don't know what it is about it, but this adds so much. Just her struggling to pick up the rock at first before she lobs it at the mammoth. Something about this, she drops it and she picks it up. It makes it so much better. I really appreciate it. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Oh, she's all tuckered out. Scratch her nose with her tail. Yeah. It does have a certain je ne sais quoi. And there's... What was that supposed to be? I don't even know. Yeah. Did you see that four-winged lizard? Yes, she did. Yeah. Sure. Are you in the habit of saying things? Trek Nerd, you're in the right place today. Welcome, welcome, Trek Nerd. She's not in the habit of saying things. I mean, are you fibbing to me? No. Will you have a little drink? Sure. There's a lake. Take a little drink if you want it. Are you fibbing me, bro? So to speak. There you go. And yeah, I feel like there's a similar sense of mischief in those old Popeye cartoons too, Triceratops. Yeah, it's good stuff. Look at her just drink down that lake. Look at the water level depress. Oh man, she's gonna cause a drought for that community. Gertie will now show that she isn't afraid of me, and will take me for a ride. I agree, Hexro. For one of the first animated films ever produced, this is extraordinary. Winsor McKay was an absolute visionary. Truly impressive. If you drink the mammoth, so to speak, that... I was half expecting to see, like, a mammoth corpse at the bottom of the lake right there. Big rock on its head. But, no, he didn't get that dark. Yeah. Paying the bet. Oh. Who pays for the dinner? Let George do it. I'm unclear on this. Are they? And George did. Are they eating dinner in the American Museum of Natural History? Or are they elsewhere? They must be elsewhere. The end. Good stuff. Holy cow. Pretty excellent. 1914. 109 years ago. 109 years ago. Premiered today, actually. February 8th, 1914. Gertie the Dinosaur. Appeared first on vaudeville, live on stage, and then was made into a film reel like that, which we just watched. Pretty cool. So it's kind of amazing, actually, that Gertie the Dinosaur kind of spanned 3 different modes of media, you know? First as an animated cartoon, then as a vaudeville act with an animated cartoon incorporated into it, and then a film. That's pretty cool, you know? Tremendously influential. So yeah. And Afro Bandit Girl says, that was great to see. Never seen that before. Now you have, Afro Bandit Girl. Shoot. Gertie the Dinosaur. Tremendously influential. Again, if you want to know more about this landmark from the very beginnings of animation, read the Wikipedia article. It is really well done. A featured article, hence that star that they've got right there. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. And now it's data getting streamed by anyone interested. There you go, Layer T. Absolutely. Gertie the Dinosaur. Oh, don't cry, Gertie. Gertie is, we've got a number of alerts on our channel with Gertie in them, but man, we could have so many more, I suppose. Yeah. And Triceratops is the first King Kong movie, was 1933, and that inspired millions. I'd imagine this did too. Triceratops, the very fact that there was a brontosaur featured in King Kong was probably because of Gertie the Dinosaur. King Kong probably would not have been made without Gertie the Dinosaur first, honestly. Here we go. And I think... yeah... I'll find you a clip from that. That would have been about right here, I think. Yeah. Here, have yourselves a look. In 1933, King Kong. Yep. Holy cow. Yep. That's Ray Bradbury. No, that's Ray Harryhausen, sorry. Ray Harryhausen had a very similar voice to Ray Bradbury. Two different Rays. Ray Harryhausen actually did the animation for the Raidosaurus, named after Ray Harryhausen, for The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, based on the short story, The Foghorn by Ray Bradbury. Anyway, all of this stuff it's all got tendrils interweaved like that. Ah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's a shame, it's a dirty shame the T-Rex did not win that fight. Was robbed. Yeah. This is true. Holy cow. At the time, a lot of paleontologists kind of assumed that, oh yeah, dinosaurs were big, scaly, cold-blooded, dumb, antisocial, kind of boring reptiles. Nowadays, we recognize that dinosaurs were tremendously dynamic, active, mostly warm-blooded, fairly intelligent, at least for the time. They were the most intelligent animals around. They were brightly colored, they were social, they were extremely interesting critters. And so in Hollywood films of the 1920s and 30s, 1933 was King Kong, the dinosaurs are shown being fairly dynamic. The dinosaurs from this movie are in many ways more scientifically authentic, at least in terms of their behavior and their demeanor, than the actual paleontological reconstructions of the day. Which is pretty interesting to think about. Sometimes art gets there before science does. We see this again and again and again with dinosaur paleontology. Sometimes the artists are the true visionaries, and they kind of arrive at some semblance of the truth before the scientists actually get there, you know? So yeah, life imitates art. There you go, Hexro. And Hollywood somehow knew better, as we hearken in a lot of ways. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Get him, T-Rex. Yeah. Yeah. It's been colorized. That's cool. Yeah. Look at that critter move. It's probably faster than that in life, but whatever. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yep. They probably didn't eat sailors either, but... He's right. Say what you will about Bacher, but he's right about that, you know? Oh, get wrecked there, yeah. Yep. Yeah. You could say this all started with Gertie the dinosaur, you know? Yeah. 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 Yep. And again, because of Gertie the dinosaur, who inspired many of the animators who would later go on to work for Walt Disney. Gertie the dinosaur was the beginning of all of this, you know? Yeah, yeah. Owly Moly, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing, Owly Moly. It is good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Fantasia was very groundbreaking, Pimp Cat. Holy cow, was it? Yeah, we might talk about that. In fact, hang on. Well, let me look this up real quick. Let's see. Fantasia premiered in 1940, but on what day? There we go. Disney's Fantasia, 1940 film. November 13th, 1940. I guess we've got a number of different... Yeah. Anyway, release date November 13th, 1940. Is that the one that I have in my list? Let's see. Give me a second here. Let me check my Google Drive. Yeah, on this day in dinosaur history. Fantasia. I've got November 13th. Okay. Well, shoot, there's a long time until then. Maybe we'll start that real quick. Talking about the history of dinosaurs in animation. Here we go. Maybe we'll take a look at this real quick. Yeah, not real quick. It'll take a while. But yeah. And Owly Moly says, the dinosaur doesn't have anything to do with the real dinosaur? Well, real dinosaurs are more like, well, in some way, Owly Moly, you're telling me. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs, I dig them up, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature. Some dinosaurs were certainly more like chickens. In fact, chickens themselves are living dinosaurs. But, you know, other dinosaurs like, say, I don't know, Edmontosaurus, Kentrosaurus, Mamenchisaurus, they're less like chickens in certain ways and more like, well, they're their own thing, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. And real quick equals in quite some time. How are you doing, Constababble? Welcome back. Great to see you. If anybody here is not yet following Constababble, you are missing out. Constababble does some of the best science communication here on Twitch, and you should follow her immediately if you're not yet doing so. Holy cow, she hails from down under, Australia, and she's got a lot of science communication in her career under her belt. Her purpose, like mine on Twitch, is to try and provide good science outreach information, try and show people what science is actually like, try and demystify science to the general public. And Constababble, maybe a little bit more than me, is focused on the science, or the maybe communication about science communication. Anyway, you should totally follow her. And we're lucky to raid her every once in a while. She does good work here. So yeah. Appreciate you, Constababble. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And a truckhorn. Carnosaur, yes. That's a, isn't that a Hammer film? Carnosaur? Or no, it's not a Hammer film, it's a... There's another movie studio that would make, like, kind of quick, cheap, and dirty films. What were they called? Canon. Is it a Canon film? Anyway, Truckhorn, yeah. But yeah, Truckhorn, it was kind of a Jurassic Park ripoff in a certain way, sort of, kind of. At least the film was. Roger Corman! There you go, Truckhorn. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway, I have to go use the little paleontologist room. But we're going to continue talking about the history of dinosaurs in animation. And so I will start you off here with this. Yeah. Oh, wait, but first... Grieger. Excuse me. Grieger, welcome to the channel. It's great to have you here. And, thank you for your wonderful question. You asked that just in time. Excellent timing there, Grieger. Grieger wants to know, why are dinosaur bones / fossils found in the western U.S. and not all over the U.S.? Oh man, what a wonderful question. I'm so glad you asked it. Excellent. The answer is a little bit complicated. The answer is that we actually have dinosaur fossils from all over the U.S. Sort of. We've got a number of dinosaur fossils from the East Coast, places like New Jersey. Dryptosaurus and Hadrosaurus are from New Jersey. Yeah. Dryptosaurus. Here. Dinosaurs of New Jersey. Dryptosaurus there is an example. The state dinosaur of New Jersey. What is this? Yeah, Hadrosaurus falcii. But yeah, the point remains, even though we do have a number of dinosaurs from the eastern U.S., the majority of dinosaur fossils are from the western U.S., and that is for a number of reasons. Dinosaurs would have lived all over the United States, just like they lived all over the world on all 7 continents. But, skip this song. It's a little too downbeat. There we go. That's better. You gotta go back to what Earth would have looked like at the beginning of the age of dinosaurs. Let's go back to about 240 million years ago. Here is what our planet Earth looked like at the time. All those continents all stuck together into one massive supercontinent. Here is the United States right here, butting up against Africa, South America. Here is Europe and Asia over here. This is about the same, the time when the first dinosaurs evolved, in like the late, or the mid-Triassic period, I should say. About 240 million years ago. This is Pangaea. The name means all Earth, because multiple lines of evidence, multiple lines of evidence show us that all of Earth's continents were all smushed together into one giant landmass that today we call Pangaea, all Earth. Down here next to Africa, you have India right there, Madagascar, Antarctica, and Australia is up here too, and New Zealand, all stuck together into one massive supercontinent that we call Pangaea. And on the other side of the Earth, Panthalassa, all ocean. Oh yeah. Who knows what kind of critters were living out here in the ocean depths? We don't really have good record of that. The land yields much better records, and we've got pretty good ideas about what kind of critters were running around here when all the continents were one. But as time goes on, starts to break up a bit. Oh, nope, sorry. Wrong direction. 150 million years ago, North America starts to break away. The Atlantic Ocean starts to open up like that. By 90 million years ago, and this is going to be pertinent to our discussion about Western versus Eastern North America, you've got a shallow inland sea, what we call the WIS, W-I-S, Western Interior Seaway, that opens up. And it kind of subdivides North America in two. This subcontinent over here, we call this Laramidia. And then to the east, over here, we call this Appalachia. There's a few dinosaurs known from Appalachia. We've got Dryptosaurus and Hadrosaurus from over here in New Jersey. We've got a few dinosaurs from the Carolinas. We've got a dinosaur from Missouri. But for the most part, the vast majority of the dinosaurs that you know and love from the Cretaceous of North America are from Laramidia. You know, Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, Ankylosaurus, did I say Edmontosaurus? Yeah, Centrosaurus, Albertosaurus. Basically, most of the Cretaceous North American dinosaurs are from over here. It's almost like 100-to-1 difference, you know, Laramidia versus Appalachia. And that's not that there weren't dinosaurs living over here. There certainly were. It's just that nowadays, the way that we find dinosaur fossils is by going out and looking at bare rock. So we're going out to deserts, to badlands, to areas where you've got lots of exposed sedimentary rock there on the surface, where you can walk around and you can find fossils eroding out. How many deserts nowadays do we have on the east coast of the United States? None, to my knowledge. The east coast of the U.S. tends to be fairly wet, covered by a lot of trees. There's a lot of forests. There's also a lot of parking lots and a lot of houses. If you want to actually get what we call, like, badlands topography, the best, most beautiful places to go find dinosaur fossils with lots and lots of exposed rock, you know, you're not going to find that out east. You're going to find that out west. Go west, young man, and find those fossils, you know? Yeah, you're not going to find this in Georgia. You're not going to find rocks like this in New York State or Massachusetts or Pennsylvania, you know? Or Ohio, for that matter. You're going to find them out west in Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, North and South Dakota, areas like that. So yeah, a lot of the real reason why we don't really find many dinosaur fossils in the eastern U.S. is the topography isn't correct. Many dinosaurs lived in that area. Many, many, many dinosaurs would have lived on the east coast of the U.S. during the Mesozoic era, but many of them wouldn't have been fossilized at the time. And even if they were, those rocks are deep, deep underground. And it'll take some fluke to ever be able to discover them. But out here in the West, oh man, they're there for the taking, you know? That's why I work in places like Utah, Montana, and this next summer, Wyoming. Yeah. Does that make sense? I hope it does. So thank you to Grieger for that answer, for that question. Sorry that was such a long answer, but I hope it answered your question. Yeah. And was Dryptosaurus deep dive covered before? I don't think so, Zevin. I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah. And Hypsibema, that is the one I was thinking of, Acrocanthosaurus. Yeah, there was a species of Hypsibema, I think, that was named by my old boss, Jack Horner. Yeah. Yeah. And Grieger says, so prior to the formation of the WIS, those dinosaurs found out west perhaps never made the journey east? Yeah. So during this time, when you have North America subdivided, you can have what we call endemism. So these dinosaurs out east are separated from the ones out west. And so they will evolve in different directions. And they'll grow to be distinct. They'll speciate. But then, at the end of the Cretaceous period, when the wisp mostly dries up, like that western interior seaway recedes, suddenly you've got the whole of the continent to move across. And suddenly these two groups of dinosaurs in the east and the west can suddenly come together again. And that must have been a real east meets west kind of situation where, who knows what happened then. When suddenly these star-crossed faunas can once again intermingle, you know? Yeah. There must have been some winners and losers there. Kind of like when North and South America came back together during the Great North American Biotic Interchange. Great American Biotic Interchange. So, yeah. Anyway, great question, Grieger. I appreciate you. Yeah. And, Acrocanthosaurus says, have you ever been interested in paleobotany? Or just dinosaur paleontology? So, as an academic, I've only worked on dinosaur fossils, really. I've dug up a handful of other kinds of fossils over the years, but dinosaurs are my primary research interest. But I am definitely interested a little bit in paleobotany in the sense that I collect modern plants who can trace their ancestries back to the time of the dinosaurs. Mesozoic plants. But this is like at an amateur level, you know? I collect cycads, horsetails, ferns, araucariids, plants like that. Yeah. And I grow them in my apartment. I'm currently growing my collection right now. A lot of them unfortunately died off. I had a beautiful collection of cycads and ferns until I left for the summer for fieldwork a couple years ago, and my roommates didn't take care of the plants, and almost all of them died. But yeah, anyway, I'm a big fan of cycads in particular. They're some of my favorite extant plants. Yeah. And JMM says, did they find a dinosaur in West Virginia? I don't know of one off the top of my head, JMM. But with all the coal mining that goes on in West Virginia, I wouldn't be shocked if that happened. I do know that there are some dinosaur remains dug up in the District of Columbia, which is near West Virginia. So yeah, there certainly are dinosaur fossils in West Virginia. But West Virginia is such a beautiful forested place that it's not very likely that we'll find them, you know? Forests tend to generate what we call soil. And soil tends to obscure the rocks. So we can't actually see the fossils in those rocks, you know? So yeah. Gotta go to a place with no soils, like, you know, Badlands. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Constable says they died off in the vacacious period. Wait, what do you mean, Constable? What? Oh, boy. Yeah. And Jody Fish says there are no Triassic, Jurassic, or Cretaceous rocks in West Virginia. The entire Mesozoic is missing from the state's rock. Is that true, Jody Fish? Even underground? I know there's a lot of coal mining that goes on in West Virginia. I would not be shocked if some of those strata are Mesozoic. A lot of coal seams are Mesozoic, you know. Like the iguanodons at Bernissart in Belgium. But yeah. As such, no dinosaur fossils have been discovered in West Virginia. I believe that, Jody Fish, yeah. 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 And Acrocanthosaurus says, that's awesome. I like paleobotany because it's easier for me to visualize what the plants looked like from the common ancestors today than it is for me to visualize dinosaurs from the common ancestors we have today. Yeah, birds. Oh, boy. Trying to, you know, compare, say, a hummingbird to a critter like Acrocanthosaurus, for instance. You know, there's a big difference between those two critters. Hummingbird Acrocanthosaurus? Yeah. Yeah. Both theropods, but very different critters. Yeah. Anyway, cool, Acro. I appreciate you. Yeah. And, your plants always... Oh, and the Oh, I got you. Constantbabble, I'm sorry. I missed that. Vacation period. I got you, Constantbabble. Thanks for clarifying that for me. You know? Grieger, thank you. Thank you, Grieger, for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, for your generosity. It is your first time here, is it not? Thank you, Grieger. Grieger or Gregor? I almost want to say Gregor. Gregor, thank you for your generosity. That there are now 5 people who will not have to watch ads for the next 30 days. So, holy cow. Multiply 5 by 30, that's 150 days of no ads that you've just gifted out to the community, Gregor, and I really appreciate you for it. They'll also get to use all those emotes for the next 30 days. Like these, and these, and these, and these, and these. I'm gonna be making some more emotes before too long, too. Let's hope. So, yeah, really appreciate you, Gregor. Thank you so much. Extraordinary. So, yeah. Thank you, Danny. Enjoy your content. Appreciate you, Gregor. I really, really do. Thank you for your generosity. And thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That means an awful lot to me. It really does. So, thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. And Gregor. That's the way it should sound, I feel. Gregor. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Thank you for helping further my mission of science outreach and education here on Twitch. It means a lot. And Murph! Look at that right there, Murph. Holy moly.
Murph really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Murph, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for those 100-bit Sciant streams. We've got a hype train going here. Sciant streams just had that round chambered. Just at the top of the ridge right there is like, is there a hype train coming? Now's the time. Bow! There we go. Thank you so much, Sciant streams. We've got a hype train going here. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I will play all of you some ukulele songs about science. Like, I'll actually play an ukulele live on stream. Some science songs. So, yeah. And Forsaken Oath just got a gift sub, thanks to Gregor. Thank you, Gregor. Welcome, Forsaken Oath.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And thank you, Travel the World, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Beautiful. And, Space and Bees. How are you doing? Space and Bees says awesome stuff. You're awesome, Space and Bees. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Excellent. Yeah. We're 23% of the way to a level 3 currently. If we manage to get to a level 5 at 100%, that's when the ukulele songs kick in. They cannot be stopped. So let's see if we get there. Yeah. I needed a Prime sub. Thank you, JMM6511. Appreciate you. That is a clever way. If anybody is watching right now and you're thinking, I don't know if I have, you know, $5 to spare, but I'd like to support science outreach here on Twitch, you know, then Optic Nerve. Just like Optic Nerve did.
So we know just what they were like and can sculpt them into still or rather extinct life.
Optic Nerve, thank you for the 18 months of Prime subscriptions right there. See, Optic Nerve knows how to do this. If any of you happen to subscribe, to Amazon Prime, if you get the free deliveries and all that other stuff, well, you can actually support this broadcast for free. And thank you, McDiggity. Thank you for the 300 bits. Really appreciate it, McDiggity. Thank you, thank you. Here, if you scroll down on my page, maybe you're watching on desktop right now, you can scroll down, and I happen to have instructions right here. You click that, it tells you how to link your Amazon and your Twitch accounts. Amazon, this giant behemoth, actually purchased Twitch a number of years ago. So Twitch is an Amazon company. But that comes with some perks, I suppose. If you happen to be subscribed to Amazon Prime, you get one free Twitch Prime sub every month. And you can use it on your favorite Twitch streamer. Or you can use it on me. And help support science outreach here on Twitch. So, yeah. Anyway, scroll down on my page. If you have Amazon Prime, you can use that. Doesn't cost you a dime. But it costs Uncle Jeff Bezos a dime. Or rather, $5 a month. And whether you use it or not, doesn't cost you anything. But it costs them something. And you can use that money to support science outreach here on Twitch. So why not? It's a win-win. Yeah. Anyway, we're now 48% of the way with 1 minute left. Try and get to a level 3. Let's see if we can get there. Or if we will stall out before level 3. Yeah. And Nell says... very funny, Nell. Oh, goodness. Yeah. And Gertis Pucka says, you are our favorite streamer? Me? Appreciate you, Gertis Pucka. Thank you, thank you. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Acrogantosaurus says, any paleontology book recommendations? You know, I think we've got time for that. We've got 10 seconds left for the level 3. I don't know if we're going to make it. But that's okay. Want to gain a wide spread of knowledge. Ooh, Acrocanthosaurus. One of these days, I'm finally going to make a website where I'll have a special page on there for book recommendations. For the time being, I should really make a command for this. But I'll show you some of my very favorite books about paleontology. First off, would probably be Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. Michael Novacek is a paleontologist at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. Time Traveler is kind of an autobiography that he wrote about his life in the field, digging up fossils. This is one of the books that my dad got this book for me, I think for like my, let's say for my 10th birthday. And it has remained one of my very favorite books. I don't know if it's, you know, I was going to say I don't know if it's entirely appropriate for a 10-year-old. It is. There's a few cuss words in it, but, you know, it's a mature 10-year-old. It doesn't matter. Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. Not only will you learn about what paleontological fieldwork is like, but you will also... I'm going to type at an angle here in it. Try and find you a cheap used copy. Time Traveler Novacek. There we go. Shoot, you can get this book for less than $6. Good condition paperback. Ugh. There we go. Or hardcover. You can get it in very good condition for $4.79. Excellent. The header for this book, Time Traveler, in search of dinosaurs and other fossils from Montana to Mongolia. I think it's other fossil animals, isn't it? Also, Dinosaurs of the Flaming Cliffs. Beautiful book, too. Also by Michael Novacek. I just really like Novacek's writing. He's an excellent writer. And, yeah. I'd highly recommend this book if you'd like kind of a general overview of dinosaurs. The dinosaur encyclopedia style books that I would recommend to you would be Tom Holtz's Dinosaurs, the most complete up-to-date encyclopedia for dinosaur lovers of all ages, by Tom Holtz, illustrated by Louis Ray. It is a little bit out of date, but it was ahead of its time when it came out, so it kind of makes up for it. But yeah, Holtz, H-O-L-T-Z. A Holt is dinosaurs. Good stuff. And then, Greg Paul's The Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs is also pretty excellent. The Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. Just search Princeton dinosaurs, and it'll pop up. That's another excellent kind of like reference guide for dinosaurs. It's kind of invaluable for artists. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, lots and lots of... This is one of those books that, like, could very easily become out of date very quickly, because you've got such detailed information about what these animals would look like based on their skeletons. When we find new skeletons, things change, but I don't know, as kind of a... you know, this was cutting edge right when it comes out. Get yourself the second edition for a more up-to-date one. But, good stuff. The Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. Can't beat it. Excellent stuff. Yeah. So yeah, and then I've got other recommendations too, but those are some good ones there, Acrocanthosaurus. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina, for posting those links there. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. And Triceratops has a question. They say, maybe a question for another time, but the most recent Ice Age glaciers have carried rocks with dinosaur fossils in them. So maybe a state like Wisconsin and have those kinds of rocks to discover. Those glaciers certainly would have messed up some dinosaur-bearing rocks, yeah, but glaciers tend to really chew up their substrates. They don't, like, neatly pick up giant blocks of rock and transport them. They more turn those into dust and glass and pebbles and stuff. So yeah, you'll probably have little pebbles that are made out of dinosaur bones in places like Wisconsin. But the likelihood that you've got any intact dinosaur fossils, I think, is extraordinarily low. So yeah, Triceratops, sorry. Do you live in Wisconsin, perchance, Triceratops? Because if you do, you've got a couple of really excellent museums there in Wisconsin. Featuring dinosaurs. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. In relation to Holtz Jr.? I don't know who that is. Nell. What? Yeah. But anyway. And Victaria says, looks like we only have rocks from the Devonian and earlier in Wisconsin. You've got some more recent rocks there too, Victarius. I think you've got some mammoths and mastodons and critters like that in Wisconsin. I know a lot of things got glaciated, just carved clean. But, yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, have we found ichthyosaurs under glaciers as they retreated? I think I've seen a story about that. In Western Canada, I think... like in British Columbia, I think there are some ichthyosaur fossils in rocks that may have been scoured clean by glaciers. Yeah, yeah. I think there's a big old, like, Shonosaurus type ichthyosaur found there. But I don't know. Yeah, yeah. And Northern Illinois. Well, shoot. There you've got the Burpee Museum, Triceratops. You've been there, right? In Rockford? And not too far away, you've got in Madison, Wisconsin, you've got the University of Wisconsin Geological Museum. So both the UW Geological Museum and the Burpee Museum in Rockford, Illinois, I did live streams from there back in July of 2022. I'll post those to YouTube before too long, let's hope. But, because I have those recorded. But yeah. Anyway. And there you go, Victorious. Yeah, there is some rich recent prehistory. Barely even prehistory. It's almost just history, but yeah. Anyway, let me put this book away. And then, I've got to use the little paleontologist room. Oh, shoot, but we got a new chat from a new person. Man, my bladder's gonna explode. PK Mask. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. PK Mask says, is it true that chickens are the closest relatives of T-Rex, or do I have it twisted? Maybe just a little bit. You don't have it twisted. It's just that it's not chickens in particular. It's birds in general. Birds are living dinosaurs. And thank you, PK Mask, for the follow. Welcome. I'll say it again. Birds are living dinosaurs.
They were wrong.
Wait, hang on. Where's my air horn sound?
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute
That's not it.
prerequisite to the evolution of larger mammals and to our own existence for that.
Il Sandil, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Where's my air horn noise?
They were wrong.
Straight up! Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That's not it. Where's my air horns? There we go. Birds are living dinosaurs. Somebody type in !turkey. I actually made an infographic just for you about this very subject. So, yeah, there we go. Here we are. Let's open that in a new tab. Your turkey, your Thanksgiving turkey, your Christmas turkey, your Boxing Day budgie, your Remembrance Day emu, whatever. If you're the sort of person who eats birds on holidays, pay close attention to the bones and your holiday bird. Maybe using this chart that I put together for you. And you'll see all of these different dinosaurian traits that birds have that they didn't evolve on their own. They inherited these from their dinosaurian ancestors. So here we've got a skeleton of Meleagris gallopavo, the North American turkey. And then a Velociraptor mongoliensis, the Mongolian velociraptor. Yeah. So many different traits that birds have that make them...
Tradoon.
And thank you, Happy Tokens, for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for almost 15 months. It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you, Happy Tokens. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anyway, feel free to, grab that link, download it, print it out. You can amaze your friends and family or your acquaintances and enemies. I don't know. Whatever. This is yours for the taking. I made this for you. Almost all the traits that make birds unique among modern animals, from their hollow bones to their S-shaped neck to the structure of their hips to their ankle joints to their wishbones to their very feathers. None of these features originally evolved in birds. Those are all hand-me-downs from their dinosaur ancestors. When we look at dinosaurs like Velociraptor, or Deinonychus, for instance, this is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, is actually Deinonychus. This is what it would have looked like in life. These are animals that had feathers all over their bodies. They were extraordinarily bird-like because they're very closely related to the very first birds. In fact, there are some paleontologists who think that dinosaurs like Deinonychus, the velociraptor from Jurassic Park, they might actually legitimately be birds. We're not entirely sure what the ancestry of birds looks like, what's going on at that very base of the bird family tree, but it could be that these guys evolved from a bird ancestor and then kind of split off, and then birds continue to do their birdie thing until the present day. So yeah. So Tyrannosaurus in particular is not super, super close to the ancestry of birds. Velociraptor, Utahraptor, Deinonychus are a lot closer to birds, but Tyrannosaurus is pretty close. It's also a two-legged, meat-eating dinosaur. And we have other tyrannosaurs like Eutyrannus, an early tyrannosauroid. And we know these critters had feathers all over their bodies because we have the fossils that show that. We've got preserved feathers in Eutyrannus. We know these dinosaurs were fluffy, and that made them no less terrifying. In fact, I think it would have made them more terrifying because it gave them the warmth that they needed to survive in cold environments. You know, like you see right here. So yeah. Very cool stuff. Eutyrannus. Beautiful dinosaur. So yeah. The first Novacek book that I said was Time Traveler. Acrocanthosaurus. Oh man, it's good. You'll love it. Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. Yeah. And, anyway, good stuff. I hope that answers your question there, PK Mask. It's not that chickens are particularly close to T-Rex, it's that all birds are themselves living dinosaurs. In fact, I'll pull up a, there is a chance that we could potentially turn a chicken into something resembling a dinosaur. Take a gander at this while I go run to the bathroom. This is my old boss, Jack Horner. Here's a prospect of, like, returning chickens back to a more non-avian dinosaur kind of state. Take a look. Yeah. I'll be right back. Gotta run to the bathroom. Ah. Yeah. Anyway, that video was like 10 years ago. So it hasn't happened yet. It turns out it's a lot more difficult than we thought, particularly to get the tail to lengthen. We've got teeth. We can make chickens grow teeth. We can make them grow claws on their hands, but lengthening that tail is incredibly difficult because every time you do that, it kills the embryo. So we're still kind of figuring that out. Anytime you're dealing with the spinal column itself, that's like the core of the organism, you know? With a vertebrate animal, if you're messing with the, you know, with the spinal column, oh boy, that's trouble. So yeah. Anywho. But we're working on that. I think that still is an ongoing project. I was at Montana State University. While this was ongoing, you know, I spent some time with Dana Rashid and Kevin Surya, who were working on the Dino Chicken project, and I've not checked in with them in a long time. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And they were not using... This was before CRISPR, Zevin. I think the new idea is to try and use CRISPR to try and actually modify some of the genome. Not just switching a gene on or switching a gene off, like Jack said there, but actually altering the genome, because apparently switching the gene on or off doesn't work as well. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. You should have them on. That'd be a rad stream. Yeah, Lenina, I'll have to see about that. I'll see if Dana would be game for that. If she's still working on this. I don't know. It's been years. But that would be really cool. Yeah. And Zevin, hang on, was this the Iberomessornis? Oh, Dryptosaurus. Well, shoot, let's talk about Iberomessornis first, because somebody yesterday apparently redeemed Iberomessornis, and we didn't get to that, and then we'll do Dryptosaurus, a New Jersey dinosaur. And then I'll think about, well, yeah. Anyway, let me get rid of some of these tabs here, so we don't overload Chrome. We don't stress it too much, because you know how Chrome is. It's a memory hog in and of itself. But, yeah. Let's talk about Iberomessornis first for a dinosaur deep dive. Iberomessornis is a little bird from Spain. Ibero, like Iberian, the Iberian Peninsula. It's a little, I think, an Enantiornithian bird from the Cretaceous of Spain. We have done a dinosaur deep dive about this before. But Iberomessornis, meaning Spanish intermediate bird. It's a little Cretaceous bird from Spain. There's the holotype specimen. Doesn't look like much, but holy cow, is that a bird? It's even got that reversed hallux on the foot for perching. We know this was a perching bird, probably an Enantiornithian, I think. Yeah. Let's see, phylogeny. It did have a pygostyle, so it had the little nubbin that the tail feathers attached to. Yeah. And it's given its own group, Iberomessornithidae. Good for it. Important. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway. Here's an outdated model there with teeth in the jaw. But those of you who have ever seen Walking with Dinosaurs, you are probably already familiar with Iberomessornis. Let me show yous. Yeah. There we go. Iberomessornis. Let's have ourselves a look. Yeah, Iberomessornis. Mm-hmm. So yeah. This critter is from Las Hoyas in Spain. We've got some beautiful fossils of it, but we still don't know a great deal about it. Yep. Uh, so pterosaurs ended up dying out at the end of the Cretaceous period, probably because they were mostly large. Birds, at least some birds, managed to survive. I don't think Iberomessornis' descendants survived. I think they got wiped out by the asteroid too. But some other groups of birds survived. It's roughly 50 to 70% of birds at the time got wiped out by the asteroid. But a few lineages managed to make it through, and today, those are incredibly common. Birds outnumber mammals like 2 to 1 in terms of species numbers, and I think in many cases far more than that in terms of individual animals. And we'll be talking a lot more about birds tomorrow for our Thursday Birds Day. Somebody type in !birds to bring up that command. Oh man, because tomorrow is Thursday Birds Day. Thank you, Lenina. Yeah. So yeah. And it can be another day. Zevin, okay, we can do Dryptosaurus another day if you'd like to. I'd be happy to do that tomorrow, actually, if that's good with you. But, yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Good stuff. It was a ton of fun talking about... Holy cow, that's a lot of notifications. Wow, very nice. 23 retweets. Thank you so much, everybody. Really appreciate that. Yeah! Very nice. Gertie the dinosaur, tremendously influential in her day, and I don't know. I just want to say that I think it's really, really cool that one of the, you've got this new mode of artistic expression, animation, and one of the very, very first features in animation like this was a dinosaur. I think it says a lot about the appeal of dinosaurs. That when you've got a brand new technology, whether it's animation, cell animation like this, whether it's stop motion animation, whether it's robotics, whether it's genetic engineering. Oftentimes, the first thing that comes to mind for somebody exploring a new technology like this is, hey, let's make a dinosaur. As a dinosaur paleontologist, it makes me really happy that dinosaurs spark this creativity, that they inspire, trying to break into new frontiers and do things that nobody's ever done before. Yeah. There's an idea from, like, W.J.T. Mitchell and people like them that dinosaurs are like the quintessentially modern animal in a cultural sense. Dinosaurs are like a scientific creature. The only reason we know about them is through science. It's only by intensive study of fossils, which is a fairly modern phenomenon. It only goes back to, the early 1800s. We wouldn't know that dinosaurs had existed if it weren't for intensive study of these fossils found in the Earth's crust. It makes them, perhaps ironically, quintessentially modern animals. They're almost futuristic in a sense. They're a symbol of the modern age and what we can do, through new methods of study. And so I do think it makes a lot of sense that in any new kind of artistic medium like this, dinosaurs are at the forefront. Whether it's as a cartoon like this, Whether it's with Jurassic Park, one of the first films to really feature CGI. Like, Jurassic Park was extremely influential on the film industry. And first, you know, featuring computer graphic imaging right up there on the screen. Of course it was dinosaurs. It had to have been, you know? This is how these things work. Dinosaurs are always there at the forefront. New modes of artistic expression like that in media. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we'll probably talk about gastroliths another time, Tommy Platycus. We didn't get to it today. But I have actually got to wrap things up for tonight because I've got some stuff I got to take care of this evening. So, here is a bird right there, Archaeopteryx. And let's, restart those credits there. There we go. Thank you to everybody who helped contribute to this broadcast, whether you just watched as a lurker, whether you contributed financially through gifted subs or through bits, whether you contributed via moderating. Thank you, moderators there. Whether you followed, whether you subscribed or resubscribed. Thanks for helping make this possible here on Twitch. Doing a science outreach, through dinosaur studies. Very cool stuff. So yeah. Don't go away just yet. We are going to go raid into somebody else doing science here on Twitch. Who else is live right now? Let's see. Scrolling through. Let's go say hello to Science Streams. It's been a little while. Yeah. We'll go raid Science. Who I talked about earlier. Balint and Lita are both working scientists. They are molecular and systems biologists. They work at a university. They work in a laboratory. They publish actively in science. And is Balint painting a dodo right now? We talked all about dodos. Shoot. Here's my 3D printed dodo right here. We talked about dodos last Thursday for Thursday Birds Day. I think that's what Balint is painting right now. So let's go check that out. Excellent stuff. Thank you everybody for another wonderful stream. Hope you had fun, learned something. I know I did. And I'll catch you tomorrow, I hope, for another exciting fossil science stream at 2 p.m. California time, 2 p.m. Pacific. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, be kind, stay curious, and I'll see you around. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.
I feel like that'd be terrible for your skin. Can you imagine your pores get clogged with cheese? The Archosaurus, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. And, oh my goodness gracious, is that